Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The first item of business is time for reflection, and our time for reflection leader today is Neil Crabtree, conflict negotiator.
Thank you for your time. The title of this talk is A Contemporary Rite of Passage for Young People. Like yourselves, I am deeply concerned about the behaviour of young people carrying and using knives. Many commentators describe how young males in particular no longer have the opportunity to experience a heroic rite of passage into adult and community life. Rites of passage are a practical, spiritual and psychological phenomenon, and up until recently in this country, it was largely provided by traditional industry. However, the environmental problems which are upon us and which many predict are due to worsen may provide an opportunity to create a contemporary model and draw youngsters, both males and females equally, into strengthening community life. I will project 30 years into a future when, I think, high winds, fires and flooding will be common. Local voluntary environmental services have been organised, which encourage young people to join as apprentices. These services are run by adults who themselves have been trained to become trainers by the emergency services involved. For example, the police, search and rescue, the fire brigade, Red Cross and the Army. These adults are selected on their ability to empathise with young people. In other words, the right element, which was largely random and unrecognised in traditional employment, is well thought through and wound around the activities. A mix of kindness, skill, knowledge and discipline. At the age of 16, apprentices receive the following training, often in purpose-built outward-bound centres. First aid, particularly around shock, burns and resuscitation. Flood management, sandbagging in teams and boat handling. High winds, operating chainsaws and clearing up damage. Firefighting, putting out bushfires. Searching for missing people, including rope and tunnelling skills. Setting up emergency centres and working with people under stress. On completing the training course, the apprentices are welcomed into the organisation/community with a formal ceremony and a meal to which they can invite friends and family. They are awarded a certificate which entitles them to reductions with popular businesses and informed that they will always be members of the service and on standby. Some will be called in for voluntary refresher courses, and those who wish to develop skills in a particular area will be encouraged and funded to do so. Many become trainers in later life. Back from the future, thanks to the Quakers and Rhoda Grant.
Thank you very much. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 18001 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to business. Any member who wishes to speak to the motion should press their request to speak button now, and I call on Jamie Hepburn to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, and I
the inclusion of a ministerial statement on the Alexander Dennis situation in my Central Scotland constituency. But can I also make a plea to the Minister, through you, Presiding Officer, to include an early ministerial statement on the two documents that were released this morning, responding to behaviour in schools guidance and violence, aggression and dangerous behaviour risk assessment guidance. There has been regular discussion in the Chamber and elsewhere in Parliament about the issue of school violence, classroom disruption and pupil on staff aggression. It is a regular feature of our debates and questions. The Cabinet Secretary for Education and Skills had promised to deliver these documents. They have now been published, and I welcome that. But I think it is vitally important that we as parliamentarians have an adequate opportunity before recess to properly scrutinise the Cabinet Secretary and other ministers in respect to the contents of these two documents. And so I'd like to ask the Minister for Parliamentary Business to consider this additional request on my part and on the part of many others, I'm sure, so that we have an adequate opportunity to respond in a timely way to these important publications.
Minister.
Presiding Officer, I would suggest to Mr Cairn, would urge he and all the colleagues he has in his party to maybe think through the internal dialogue that they have as a group, because we've already received such a request from their business manager, and of course that's been considered in the usual way.
Thank you. Point of order, Stephen Kerr.
Presiding Officer, just to seek your clarity, in responding to the motion, I didn't mention that. Of course I'm aware of this dialogue, but I'm also aware of the fact that the Minister for Parliamentary Business was not able in the Bureau meeting to give a firm commitment that we would have the opportunity to scrutinise these publications earlier on today, and that is why I didn't reference it. Of course I'm aware that there's an internal dialogue, and ask the Minister to bear those discussions and my comments now, and a letter that I have written to him directly this morning as he decides how we will use parliamentary time before recess.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. Both of those points are on the record, while the latter was not a point of order. We will move to the question on the motion. The question is that motion 18001 be agreed. Are we all agreed? The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is topical questions, and at question number 1 I call Jackie Baillie.
To ask the Scottish Government what action is being taken to reduce ambulance turnaround times at hospitals in light of figures showing that so far in 2025 more than half of conveyances recorded a turnaround time of longer than 45 minutes.
Cabinet Secretary Neil Gray.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Improving access to urgent care services is a key priority for the Scottish Government. On the 31st of March 2025 we published the NHS Scotland Operational Improvement Plan, which sets out how we plan to improve improve access to treatment, including within urgent care settings. The plan includes an additional £200 million as part of the wider £21.7 billion investment in health and social care services to reduce waiting times, improve patient flow through hospital, which will lead to a reduction in ambulance turnaround times, and to reduce delayed discharges. We are supporting boards to strengthen examples such as flow navigation centres so that they are able to refer patients to more services and avoid unnecessary conveyance to hospital in an ambulance.
Jackie Baillie.
And I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his response. I'm sure he'll agree with me that paramedics do a wonderful job, but they simply cannot cope with the scale of the challenge. This is, of course, the 5th recovery plan in the last 4 years, and none of them have worked so far. In Aberdeen, an ambulance waited more than 15 hours outside the hospital. In Ayrshire and Arran, it was 15 hours. In Glasgow, it was nearly 10 hours outside the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, all because A&E is bursting at the seams. Does he agree that this is simply not acceptable, and will he set a maximum time by which ambulance patients must be admitted to the hospital rather than queuing outside?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. There are a number of points that I do agree with Jackie Baillie on in her question. The first point around the incredible work that our Scottish Ambulance Service staff does is well recognised by me, and my gratitude to them for the incredible lengths that they go to serve the people that we also seek to serve is remarkable. The point that she made around accident emergency bursting at the seams, actually what we're seeing is the pressure in the whole system contributing to pressures in particular parts. The ambulance service and turnaround times is one, which is why the operational improvement plan is not just focused on one area, it is focused in on social care, in general practice and primary care, in addressing delayed discharge, on providing additional capacity through frailty services adjacent to accident emergency, as well as providing additional capacity to reduce delayed discharge, on which we are seeing progress happen. But I also agree with her. The progress is happening, on which I do agree with her that any undue delay for people to be able to access services is unacceptable, and why we're taking the concerted effort that we are in order to reduce the pressures that we're seeing across the system.
Jackie Baillie.
Cabinet Secretary should tell that to the almost 2,000 people stuck in a hospital as delayed discharge. But not only are ambulances unable to attend calls, doctors can't get jobs despite record high waiting lists for treatment. The Royal College of Psychiatrists is reporting a £240 million shortfall in the face of a mental health emergency. The SNP have been in power for 18 years now. They've presided over this crisis. And, Presiding Officer, if they had an idea of how to fix it, surely we would have seen it by now.
Cabinet Secretary.
In relation to how this impacts upon the ambulance turnaround times that we're seeing, of course, the investments that we're making in all the aspects that Jackie Baillie speaks to, including seeing delayed discharge reduced substantially from the 2,000 figure that she quotes, which was at the peak around Christmas time. It is below that position now. But of course we need to support our general practitioners. We need to support our wider system. That is the very point that I was making, to support our ambulance services to respond. But of course the performance of our ambulance service is robust in terms of our response times that we are seeing from ambulance service colleagues. We are seeing the median purple incident response times at 6 minutes and 45 seconds. We are seeing an improvement in that picture. So I will absolutely do everything that I can to make sure the whole system responds, to make the pressure upon our ambulance service lessened for exactly the reasons that Jackie Baillie sets out.
Willie Rennie.
I receive regular reports of ambulances queued for a long time outside Victoria Hospital in Kirkcaldy, and whilst the government wasted endless amounts of time and energy on the centralisation of the care service, they neglected the reform that the actual sector was requiring, because that's where the central problem is we don't have the flow through the hospital into social care. So where is the brand new plan to sort out social care in Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
I've already referenced a significant amount of intervention that the Operational Improvement Plan that was published earlier this year will address some of the concerns that Mr Rennie is highlighting. Increasing the capacity of hospital at home, increasing the capacity within social care services, ensuring that we have call before you convey services for our ambulance service, making sure that we have a whole system response that looks after the individual patient as opposed to the other way around. So there is already significant investment going on. And in terms of oversight of this, we now have a National Social Care Advisory Board, which is ensuring that we're responding to the needs of the social care system, because it is integral to the performance of our health service.
Stephen Kerr.
Enormous disparities between these turnaround times between health boards, and yet what we know is that delayed discharge is endemic across all of the health boards. So why is it that, on the assessment of the Cabinet Secretary, why is it that there are some health boards where the turnaround times are significantly less than in others? Are there lessons or practices that are not being shared across the health boards that would improve this situation? Because someone somewhere gets it right and in other places it's not happening.
Cabinet Secretary.
He is absolutely right that the variance that we see of delayed discharge performance between our health and social care partnerships is far too wide. I've said that, and the First Minister has said that on countless occasions, which is why we have a regular meeting of our health and social care partnerships with myself, with the new Minister for Social Care, in order that we can ensure that there is best practice learnt across the system. We are working with our health boards to improve the clinical pathways, to ensure that those patients that can be moved through the system quickly are discharged quickly. We don't see the picture that he paints of delayed discharge being endemic across all parts of the system, because there is good performance in some parts of the system. I want to learn from those best performing areas to ensure that we can take those to those areas that are most challenged, and we're providing both the financial and the practical support in order to do just that.
Question number 2, Meghan Gallacher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how many transgender prisoners have had their criminal records erased following a self-identification process and changing of their birth name.
Cabinet Secretary Angela Constance.
Let me be clear, a change of name does not, under any circumstances, alter a person's criminal record. All criminal records are maintained in accordance with established retention and sharing protocols and remain fully accessible to the justice system, including for disclosure in court proceedings where appropriate. Police Scotland has acknowledged an error in one case reported in the media and acknowledges this should not have occurred. I have sought and received assurances from Police Scotland that this was an isolated incident and not reflective of broader issues in their recording practices. I have also asked Police Scotland to ensure that steps will be taken to review systems and procedures in light of the reported case.
Meghan Gallacher.
Presiding Officer, this should not have happened in the first place. We're talking about convicted criminals, some of them violent or sexual offenders, whose records could, at any point, be obscured through self-identification and a legal name change. The Cabinet Secretary needs to provide the clarity, and I'm pleased that she has done in her original response today, because we cannot have further instances of this happening in the future. We need to ensure that victims, women's groups and the wider public have faith in the justice system when the government is looking at these issues, because we need to know if there have been instances when authorities have missed a person's criminal record because they've changed their gender. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary on this instance, can she be absolutely sure that this was an isolated instance, and is she sure that we will not be returning back to the Chamber to hear of any more of these instances again in the future?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I thank Ms Gallacher for her question, and as Police Scotland have clearly stated, this should not have happened. And it is crucial to be very clear that a person's gender identity or legal gender status, or indeed their name, does not in any way prevent disclosure of relevant criminal information. And this case, in terms of the information I have received from Police Scotland, was an error in one case. It was a failure to disclose and not a reflection on data recording systems. The information was there on the criminal history record. But I hope I have conveyed in the strongest possible terms the assurances that I have received from Police Scotland on this very important matter.
Meghan Gallacher.
Presiding Officer, it's on the point of data that my second question relates to, because campaigners have called for a review of Police Scotland and Crown Office policy following the story that emerged in the press at the weekend. Given that a name change allowed an individual to separate himself from the criminal past, I do believe there needs to be a further investigation into this matter in relation to the processes followed by Police Scotland and the Crown Office, because we shouldn't have had to have waited until this incident took place at its initial stage and being reported in the press. Record keeping is vital, especially in circumstances where an individual changes or can change their name. So will the Cabinet Secretary commit to ending any practices where a criminal can obscure their criminal record via a change of name or gender, and that's to stop convicts from hiding in plain sight before the authorities, and most importantly, safeguarding? What safeguards can the Cabinet Secretary reassure me and the Chamber of today to ensure that records are not misplaced in the system, which, as it stands, may be open to abuse, as we saw in relation to the story that was reported in the press?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, let me be crystal clear. There can be no separation of any individual, irrespective of their gender, irrespective of their sexual identity, irrespective of their name, irrespective of how often someone changes their name. No individual can be separated from their criminal past. And that is because, irrespective of the reason of any name change, knowing someone's identity is absolutely critical. And as has been narrated, this was a failure to disclose. And disclosure responsibilities are crucially important, and this matter was rectified. I have been assured that it's not a reflection on data recording systems, and as is widely understood and has been discussed in this chamber, Police Scotland will be undertaken and are in the process of undertaking a wider review holistically of recording issues in relation to trans people.
Regan.
I don't believe this is a mere administrative error. I believe, and I think I have evidence to support that there is systemic data corruption, which has been driven by years of unlawful self-ID policy. And I also believe the public deserve to know how many criminals have been allowed to reinvent themselves through inaccurate data capture, rewritten or obscured criminal records, which of course disconnects identifying data from offending histories. And data integrity is of course the very foundation of safeguarding, and without it, victims are failed and the public is put at risk. I hear what the Cabinet Secretary has said this afternoon about ordering a review, but can I ask her to go further? Can I ask her to order a full, complete audit of all this data corruption, fix it, and finally bring this out into the public realm?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, it is important for the general public who may be listening in that criminal records cannot and are not rewritten or erased on the basis of gender identity. A legal change of name or the possession of a gender recognition certificate does not alter the substance of a criminal record, nor does it prevent the justice system from accessing or disclosing relevant conviction history. The management and updating of criminal records is of course an operational matter for Police Scotland, who are bound by existing law and subject to regular audit and oversight. And where concerns have arisen, as I have done, I have requested clarity from relevant justice partners to ensure that public confidence is upheld.
Tess White.
Presiding Officer, I note that the Cabinet Secretary uses the word gender and sexual identity. And before my question, I'd just like to say that any legal action brought against the Scottish Prison Service in respect of its policies would be brought against Scottish ministers. So my question, Cabinet Secretary, is have the Scottish Prison Service policies been brought in line with the Supreme Court judgment for Women Scotland Limited versus the Scottish ministers?
Cabinet Secretary.
Signing officer, of course, as a minister, I would never comment on any live proceedings, but I again cannot stress how clear I have been, how clear the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice has been, and other ministers, that there is a Supreme Court judgment. We are all at pace working through the implications for that for implementation. We, of course, wait the EHRC Code of Practice, which they are currently consulting on, and there is great work the length and breadth of across government to ensure that once we receive further information from the European Commission on Human Rights, that we are ready to implement. So we are in a state of readiness when further information comes our way.
And Sharon Dowie.
Thank you. This is clearly a shambles. We know that dangerous male offenders have gamed the SNP system to serve their sentences in women's prisons, and now they're even getting their criminal records wiped. The chair of the EHRC said the law the Supreme Court ruling sets out is unambiguous, effective immediately, and that those with duties under the Equality Act should be following it. I wrote to Police Scotland and the Scottish Prison Service to demand they comply with the Supreme Court ruling, but the response showed they are still stalling. Given the latest outrage, will ministers now finally intervene, remove all biological men from women's prisons and ensure all public bodies are following the law?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding officer, it is utterly inaccurate and misleading and somewhat disingenuous, if not disgraceful, to suggest that Police Scotland wipe criminal records. Under no circumstances do Police Scotland wipe criminal records, and under no circumstances can anyone, irrespective of their name, status, whether they're male, female, transgender, can they escape from a criminal past? They cannot. And as with regards to the second part of Ms Dowie's question, Scottish Government right now is making the necessary preparations for implementation.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions. The next item of business is a statement by Shirley-Anne Somerville on tackling child poverty delivery plan, annual progress reports 2024 to 2025. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. I call on the Cabinet Secretary up to 10 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government has today published our annual progress report on child poverty, setting out detail of our continued implementation of Best Start Bright Futures and reporting against the interim child poverty targets unanimously agreed by this Parliament. The past year has seen the Scottish Government face some of the most challenging fiscal circumstances in the history of devolution, but we know the pressures on families in poverty has been greater still. This report highlights that despite these challenges and the continued detrimental impact of UK Government decision-making, we are making real progress in Scotland, which is changing the lives of families. We are committed to building on these firm foundations and remain unequivocal in our commitment to meeting the 2030 targets and to tackling the scourge of child poverty in our society. Looking firstly to the interim target, statistics published in March and presented in today's report show that despite significant challenges, levels of both relative and absolute poverty reduced in 2023-24. Whilst the long-term trend remains broadly stable, the proportion of children living in relative poverty in 23-24 was the lowest since 2014-15, while the proportion in absolute poverty was the lowest in 30 years. Rates of both relative and absolute poverty stood 9 percentage points below the UK average in 23-24. And to put this in context, were rates to be the same in Scotland, this would be equivalent to 90,000 additional children in poverty. And while the JRF predict child poverty will rise in other parts of the UK by 2029, they highlight that policies such as the Scottish Government's Scottish Child Payment and our commitment to mitigate the two-child limit are behind Scotland bucking the trend. Though our policies are having to work harder than ever to make a difference, modelling published by the Government in March reinforces the significant impact they are having. It's estimated that the lowest income families will be on average £2,600 better off this year as a result of our policies, with this figure increasing to an estimated 3,700 by the end of the decade. Presiding Officer, as set out in this report, there is no single reason that the interim targets have not been met. A wide range of factors, including the headwinds of more than a decade of UK government austerity, to Brexit and the COVID pandemic, have all made meeting the interim targets particularly challenging. However, data reinforces the significant impact of UK government policies which have worked against us, not least the two-child limit, which has seen poverty rates rise in larger families, while they have fallen for families with 1 or 2 children. It is deeply disappointing that the interim targets have not been met. However, we have made progress and we will continue to build on those foundations to reach the 2030 targets. Looking to delivery in the past year, 2024-25 saw some of the most challenging fiscal circumstances in the history of devolution, as the outgoing Chancellor delivered unfunded tax cuts at the expense of public services and support for struggling families. Combined with the failure to inflation-proof capital budgets, that meant we had to make difficult decisions to prioritise spend and protect the most vulnerable in our society. Even so, we continue to invest more than £1.4 billion in support benefiting children in low-income families. This investment enabled us to continue delivering critical support. This includes awarding more than £455 million to families through the Scottish Child Payment, providing support for over 6,000 parents through devolved employability services, and mitigating the UK Government's benefit cap to support almost 10,000 children. We have also taken steps to further strengthen support available. This includes through the expansion of our ambitious Fairer Futures partnerships into 5 more local authority areas, expansion of our successful council tax debt pilot project into 6 new local authority areas, and through delivery of a second round of our Child Poverty Practice Accelerator Fund, supporting a range of innovative local action. And we responded to the emerging needs of families, delivering £2.9 million of funding to cancel historic school meal debt, and a £41 million package of measures to support households struggling with energy costs over the winter period. As set out in the report, 68 of the 113 actions reported on this year were either completed or delivering at scale, an increase from 60 as of March 2024. The action we have taken stands in stark contrast to that of the current and previous UK Government. While I, of course, welcome the establishment of the UK Government's Child Poverty Task Force and early actions including the fair repayment rate in universal credit and the Employment Rights Bill, the reality is that action taken so far has lacked the necessary urgency and fails to meet the scale of the challenge faced. It is deeply disappointing that the two-child limit remains UK Government policy, a policy which is estimated to have pulled over 35,000 children into poverty since July last year, and which is estimated to pull a further 20,000 children into poverty by the autumn, unless it is scrapped. This inaction is made worse still by the UK Government's plans to make deep cuts to social security for disabled people. The DWP's own impact assessments highlight that by 2029-30, an estimated 3.9 million families will lose out as a result of reforms, and that they risk driving an additional 250,000 people across the UK, including 50,000 children, into poverty. And I would urge the UK Government to reverse these damaging cuts and to work with us in eradicating child poverty. The actions of this Government show that another way is possible, and one which gives us hope for the future. In the final year of Best Start Bright Futures and of this Parliament, we will continue to drive forward progress towards the 2030 targets and take steps to improve the lives and outcomes of families. This includes further investment in childcare, delivering more free breakfast club places, providing additional support in school holidays for children with disability, and expanding our Extra Time partnership with the Scottish Football Association so that 5,000 children and their families can benefit. It includes £768 million for our affordable housing supply programme, enabling the delivery of more than 8,000 homes, with £40 million targeted to local authorities with the most sustained temporary accommodation pressures. And it also includes further expanding provision of free school meals, so around 25,000 children and young people can further benefit. Presiding Officer, because of the UK Government failing to act, we urgently are driving forward to effectively scrap the impact of the universal credit two-child cap in Scotland. And I'm pleased to announce today that, subject to the passing of the necessary legislation, Social Security Scotland will accept applications for the two-child limit payment from the 2nd of March 2026, with payments beginning as soon as possible after that date. The Scottish Fiscal Commission estimate that mitigation payments will be made in respect of 43,000 children at a total cost of £155 million in 25-26, rising to 50,000 children and £194 million by 2029-30. This mitigation is estimated to reduce the number of children living in poverty next year by 20,000. Not only that, but it will significantly reduce the depth of poverty for thousands more as a result of payments which could be worth over £3,500 per child. As the First Minister has said, if the UK Government do the right thing and scrap the cap, we are committed to investing mitigation spend into further ambitious measures to tackle child poverty, enabling us to accelerate progress in the years ahead. Presiding Officer, alongside our continued focus on delivery, we have already begun to engage with partners and with this Parliament to inform the development of the next Tackling Child Poverty Delivery Plan. This includes launching our call for evidence in February and working with partners, including Young Scot, the Poverty Alliance and Changing Realities, to meaningfully engage children and young people and parents themselves to help inform the next plan. The plan will also be informed by new research we have published today, including the outputs from a review of international approaches to tackling child poverty and research focused on gender and child poverty, and by both the final report from our independent expert group on the minimum income guarantee and the advice of the Poverty and Inequality Commission. Covering 2026 to 31, this will be the final plan ahead of the 2030 targets and will be taken forward by the Scottish Government formed over the next Holyrood elections. This offers the opportunity to build consensus across the Parliament and across Scotland on the actions that need to be taken in the years ahead, and I thank the committees for their input to date and look forward to engaging with members across the Chamber as we continue this important work. Presiding Officer, together with our partners, including local government, we will continue to do everything within the scope of our powers and our budget to continue driving progress towards the 2030 targets unanimously agreed by the Scottish Parliament. I urge the UK Government to match the ambition and investment of the Scottish Government and to work with us to help end child poverty. And I encourage all members, regardless of our political beliefs, to work with the Government to develop a plan that will build on the progress made and deliver enduring reductions in child poverty for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we'll move on to the next item of business. I'd be grateful if members who wish to put a question were to press the request to speak button now. And I call Liz Smith.
Thank you. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her prior cite and can put on the record again that the Scottish Conservatives, like all other parties in the Chamber, absolutely see child poverty as an important issue. Cabinet Secretary, can I just concentrate my questions, please, on the Scottish Fiscal Commission's most recent report, where it says that the Scottish Government's mitigation of the two-child cap would be one of two major contributing factors to the widening gap between social security spend in Scotland and the available funding. So can I ask where the other cuts will be made to pay for that mitigation? Secondly, how will the Cabinet Secretary respond to the claims from some independent economic analysts that this mitigation will create perverse incentives against working at a time when Scotland is already facing significant higher percentages in economic inactivity than elsewhere? Does she think that that might just be the reason why a lot of members of the public actually support the two-child cap? And finally, can I just ask again from the Scottish Fiscal Commission, it's calculated that the mitigation will be £156 million in 2026-27 and rising to £199 million, which I think is a slightly different figure from the Cabinet Secretary's, over the period to 2029-30. Can the Cabinet Secretary explain why that is a 27.5% increase in that short period of time?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. On the last point, there are a number of children who will be brought in to the two-child cap because of the way that it moves and brings more families in as they age. And that's why there's a difference in the numbers. And I do take the point that Liz Smith mentions about dealing with economic activity. That's exactly why the Deputy First Minister and other ministers have been absolutely resolute in our determination to assist people, if they are economically active, to move into employment, whether that's through employability schemes or child care schemes. But it's important that we do that by supporting people out of economic inactivity rather than punishing them for having children, which is exactly what the two-child cap does, presiding officer. Liz Smith's also right to say that some of the challenges around the Scottish Fiscal Commission's forecasting around the cost of social security is because of the decisions this government has made to keep children out of poverty because of the two-child cap, and by the UK Government's determination to push children into poverty by reducing the spend on disabled people. Those are choices that we have taken to ensure that we are protecting disabled people and children, because we need to protect them from the effects of poverty. And those are decisions which will obviously be set out in the work that has been taken forward by the Cabinet Secretary for Finance as we look to the sustainability of our finances. We recognise that challenge. Can I say, presiding officer, finally, the easiest way to deal with that challenge is for the UK Government to actually follow onto the principles it claims to have and actually scrap the two-child cap and scrap their proposals to cut disabled benefits, and that would take away the two challenges that Liz Smith points to.
Paul O'Kane.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of her statement, both at the usual time and in her morning press exclusives. There's been a lot of spin, and there is in the statement a myriad of excuses, but the reality is there is also failure, because for all the rhetoric we've had from the First Minister and the Cabinet Secretary, after 18 years in office, relative child poverty after housing costs has only fallen by 1%. And when the Cabinet Secretary says that rates are broadly stable, what she really means is that the dial hasn't shifted. Now, on the two-child limit, Scottish Labour have been consistently clear over the history of the policy that we want to see it scrapped, but a haphazard and last-minute decision to include it in the budget makes a mockery of the claim that the Cabinet Secretary made over many years that she was powerless to do anything about it. And I note the letter that has been issued as we meet here this afternoon that has outlined that applications will be open, but doesn't say when payments will be made, and talks about using Scottish child payment data, something that the Cabinet Secretary wasn't willing to admit in the past. If I can, just on the wider picture facing Scotland's young people and the root causes of child poverty, responsibility for failing to meet these targets lies with the Scottish Government. It's the SNP that failed to deliver on their commitments to expanding free school meals. It is the SNP that stripped employability services to the bone, and it is the SNP who created a housing emergency that has 10,000 children in temporary accommodation. So isn't the truth that more of the same will not deliver the 2030 targets, and that the SNP Government is out of ideas and out of time to meaningfully reduce child poverty?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, presiding officer, what Labour have delivered since they've came into power is a review on universal credit, and they've delayed a task force report in child poverty. And the reason the Scottish Government stepped forward at the last budget is because some people, and I can appreciate where they came from on this, some people actually thought that a change of government, Conservative to Labour, would actually make a difference. And it didn't. And that's exactly why the Scottish Government will deliver the effective scrapping of the two-child cap when Labour have failed to do so. That's exactly why we are determined to move forward with this, and quicker than we had originally thought we could. The payments will come after people apply, depending on when their universal credit is paid. And that's exactly because of the fact that we have a devolved system that relies on parts of the system that is reserved to universal credit. So the simple way, presiding officer, for us to deal with this would be to have all the powers here, not be reliant whatsoever on a Labour government, and not on the false hopes that they promised before an election and that you continue fail to deliver on afterwards.
Emma Harper, to be followed by Ros McCall.
Yep.
Emma Harper.
Thank you. Just having an iPad issue, presiding officer. Got it. Okay, thank you for bearing with me. It has previously been reported that the rate of child poverty among rural Dumfries and Galloway communities has hit a record high, and that Dumfries and Galloway had a child poverty rate of 26.9% for 2022-2023. So given the clear link between Labour's policy of the two-child cap and child poverty, can I ask the Cabinet Secretary to update us again in the Chamber on the Scottish Government's plans to end the impact of the two-child cap in Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, as I've confirmed today, we will bring forward the opening of applications on the 2nd of March. That is earlier than we had planned, but again goes to our determination to move as quickly as possible on this issue. And Emma Harper's quite right to point to the challenge of poverty in rural issues and indeed in other communities across Scotland. And the level of poverty, particularly on larger families, is absolutely related to the impact of the two-child cap. And that's exactly why campaigners have been campaigning for this change. That's why they are disappointed that the UK Government have refused to come forward with this policy, and exactly why we will deliver it on the 2nd of March.
Ros McCall, to be followed by Marie McNair.
Thank you. Access to affordable, good quality childcare is essential to supporting parents back into work. Now, this was highlighted in the Social Justice and Social Security's report last year, and it's a recognised route out of poverty. Now, this report highlights the recruitment of 40 new childminders as a result of the programme for Scotland's childminding future, which is of course welcome. However, it equates to roughly 1.25 new childminders per local authority. Given the Scottish Government's expansion of early years childcare from August 21 was predicated on working with the private sector and childminders, since then Scotland has lost 255 childminders in 22-23 alone and has almost halved its total since it came in. So does the Cabinet Secretary think that this recruitment drive goes anywhere near far enough to address the shortage, which is entirely down to their own making? And when will the barriers to parental employment be properly addressed?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, detailed in my statement some of the work that has been undertaken and some of the work that will be undertaken next year to assist with the delivery both of early learning and childcare and out-of-hours support for working families. So our expansion of early learning and childcare has been exceptionally important. Scotland is the only part of the UK to already offer 1140 hours a year of funded ELC to all 3- and 4-year-olds and the eligible twos. And childminders are a very important part. They are one part, but they're a very important part of the flexibility that will be taken forward. So the encouragement and the work that's been undertaken to support further childminders into early learning childcare is exceptionally important, as is the work that's been taken forward in our 23 early adopter communities, and looking at the work on the school-age childcare programme, the work I've mentioned by, for example, the Extra Time programme and our Bright Start breakfasts are some of the policies that are helping not just for early learning and childcare and the different types of approach that may be suitable for families, and also the work that's been undertaken on school-age childcare to support that flexibility that people do need when they're looking to either get into the workplace or to expand hours.
Marie McNair, to be followed by Pam Duncan-Gladzy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of her statement. Cabinet Secretary, can I ask what engagement you've had with the Secretary of State for Scotland in relation to the development of a UK-wide child poverty strategy?
Cabinet Secretary.
So the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State in the Scotland Office joined the most recent meeting of Task Force Ministers on the 14th of May. I would say that the work that has been undertaken on a four-nation basis on the Child Poverty Task Force from the UK Government has been exceptionally disappointing. It has not allowed for the level of in-depth discussions that certainly the Scottish Government had wished to see, and which we had expected given the discussions between the First Minister and the Prime Minister about a resetting of relationships when the new UK Government came in. Clearly, we're very concerned about the delay in the Child Poverty Task Force report as well, because that seems to suggest suggest that there's also a delay in action coming from that as well. But we have asked for clarity from the task force co-chairs to ensure that we can at least get some idea of what might be in that report and its impact not just on children but what we can do with the UK Government to support even further children.
Pam Duncan-Glancy, to be followed by Emma Roddick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Data out today shows that the numbers of young people in the most deprived communities going on to a positive destination fell to the lowest point since 2019, with the gap widening. The impact of the SNP's failure to meet the interim child poverty targets is leaving Scotland's most disadvantaged pupils behind. And what's fundamentally wrong with this government's approach is that it refuses to change direction or address the root causes of poverty, of which education and skills is key. There is precious little from the government on this today. The tertiary education bill mentioned has been roundly rejected by stakeholders, and colleges, key to lifting people out of poverty, barely get a mention, with nothing to address budget concerns, nothing to address course closures and nothing to address staff and them losing their jobs. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, what will it take for this government to realise that education and colleges are key to lifting people out of poverty?
Cabinet Secretary.
Education is critical to our approach. That's exactly why, Presiding Officer, we are investing up to £1 billion in the Scottish Attainment Challenge this Parliament, including in pupil equity funding, to empower our head teachers to take the best possible approaches that suit the need of their pupils. And that's an exceptionally important piece of the work that we're undertaking. And the poverty-related attainment gap between young people from the most and least deprived areas meeting standards in literacy is at a record low in primary schools. So we are seeing progress, Presiding Officer. And it is very important that we also look to our colleges and to our universities to encourage young people on whatever path they choose. But what I think we've said once again from Labour is a long list of suggestions of how to spend money, and absolutely no responsibility to actually bringing forward plans on how any of that would be paid for. I'm not surprised, but I continue to be disappointed by that, Presiding Officer.
Emma Roddick, to be followed by Maggie Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I note that Professor Danny Dorling has published a piece praising the work of the Scottish Government on tackling child poverty. He said that Scotland has shown what can be done and what needs to be done. With Scotland setting an example of what can be achieved, he does predict that Westminster will be forced to act itself. So I'd be keen to understand from the Cabinet Secretary if the UK Government has acknowledged the success of the Scottish child payment and if there are any discussions on creating a UK-wide benefit.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I am continually disappointed by the lack of progress at the UK Government on this, and there's a lot of back and forth on the Labour benches. I hope they're trying to confer amongst each other about how they can perhaps persuade their Labour colleagues down south, because I just spot a bit of uncomfortableness from the Scottish Labour Party today when we're bringing forward how to mitigate against a UK Labour government. I never thought, Presiding Officer, that that's something I would need to see. But what we will do, whether it's on the UK Government's lack of action on the two-child cap or indeed in the learning of the Scottish child payment, we of course stand ready to assist the Government should they wish to take forward the policies which, as Professor Dorling has said, has made a major difference in tackling poverty in Scotland.
Maggie Chapman, to be followed by Willie Rennie.
A toolkit earlier this month that describes the wide-ranging transformations needed to meet the 2031 child poverty reduction targets. And it makes very clear the distinctions between poverty, deep poverty and very deep poverty. 1 in 3 children in poverty are in deep poverty and are over £1,000 a month away from getting out of poverty. Scottish child payment or employment support won't meet this gap. If we don't deal with very deep poverty, we won't reach our targets. So can the Cabinet Secretary say what holistic and targeted interventions are planned that will focus on families in deep and very deep poverty?
Cabinet Secretary.
Maggie Chapman is quite right to point to deep poverty as a specific challenge. The GRF in their UK Poverty Report of 2024 are clear that 6 successive UK Prime Ministers have overseen deepening poverty over the last 20 years. And they describe it, and I quote, as the social failure at scale. That's exactly why the government also looks at not only how many children we can keep out of poverty, how many children we will assist in many different ways, but it's also about how we can help children out of deep poverty. So it's positive to see that the levels of deep poverty for children fell by 4 percentage points in 23-24. That's 40,000 children, fewer children in deep poverty because of the work being undertaken by the Scottish Government. But I recognise there is more to do, both for the Scottish Government and indeed for the UK Government on this issue.
Willie Rennie, to be followed by George Adam.
I'm afraid this statement this afternoon is wholly depressing. The government seems to be more interested in attacks on the Labour Party than actually solving child poverty in this country. And we should have a direct focus. Because although I support the child payment, I think having direct cash payments is a good thing. It's not sustainable in the long term. We know that for the struggling families, but also for the public finances. We should be putting more investment into projects like relational mentoring with the BIS group that I know the government is supporting. But I wish there was more excitement about lifting families out of poverty in a sustainable way for the long term, rather than all the politicking that's going on this afternoon.
Cabinet Secretary.
I can appreciate Willie Rennie's frustration. What I would say is I have that frustration too. I'm perhaps having that frustration for a different reason, in that I can see what difference it would make if we had two governments rather than one government trying to lift people out of poverty. So I won't make any apologies for pointing out the reality that we're in. But he's quite right to point out the fact that it's not just about the Scottish Child Payment, and it's not just about direct payments to people, but it's also about the work that we need to undertake. And I'll give some examples of the work that is contained in the report, which I briefly mentioned, around our Fairer Futures partnerships that are being expanded into more local authority areas, and the work that we're doing on this whole family holistic approach. That's exactly because I can see when I go on my visits, and the evidence shows that if we assist a young person and their family on the different challenges that are impacting on that family, we make the biggest difference. And it's a systemic change rather than a change of simply giving money out to assist them in the poverty that they're in immediacy. I don't think it's an either-or approach. I'm afraid it is when it comes to actually how to spend money, because we can either spend money on the Scottish Child Payment or on other issues. We, of course, can't spend it twice. But I do recognise his challenge that he rightly puts to the government about not just the Scottish Child Payment, but that wider support that we need to give to people. And I hope when he sees and reads through the publication in detail, he will see that work, for example, through those Fairer Futures partnerships, and our determination to try and take that forward.
George Adam, to be followed by Meghan Gallacher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Unlike some, I see the positives of much of what the Cabinet Secretary said today. And I can see from the Cabinet Secretary's statement that the eradication of child poverty is clearly at the heart of the Scottish Government's plans and ambitions. Can I ask how measures and investments arising from this year's budget, 2025-26 budget, will specifically drive these plans forward?
Cabinet Secretary.
There are a number of areas within the budget for 25-26, Presiding Officer, that will assist the Government take forward the eradication of child poverty. Important amongst that is, of course, the 8,000 affordable homes, the expansion of free school meals to a further 25,000 children in low-income families, and continuing to deliver that unique support in our Scottish Child Payment. Importantly, as I saw on a visit very recently in Renfrewshire, the work that's been undertaken by the Extra Time Partnership to encourage young people to stay on at school, take part in the Extra Time Partnership activities. And I spoke to the parents who were there that night on how the difference that had made in allowing them to take on extra shifts or get back into employment themselves. And it was a very positive programme, which the budget for this year will allow us to expand further.
Meghan Gallacher, to be followed by Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. But we're hearing the same thing time and time again. It's always someone else's fault when it comes to the SNP failing to achieve its own targets. But of course, the Scottish Government have promised to deliver a number of policies to eradicate child poverty over the years. Free laptops, free bikes, smaller classroom sizes, new swing parks, closing the attainment gap, and that is just to name a few. Yep. But not one of those has been delivered in full. But the question I want to go back to is an important question raised by my colleague Liz Smith regarding the mitigation of the two-child cap, because it does come down to the finances. And as Liz Smith rightly pointed out, the mitigation of this particular policy would be a significant contributing factor that would widen the social security budget pressures here. So can I simply ask the question, because I don't believe she answered it when Liz Smith asked it originally, how will this be funded?
Cabinet Secretary. Presiding Officer, this is about setting out responsibilities. I've set out today the responsibilities that the Scottish Government feels very deeply, and I've set out the responsibilities that I expect the UK Government to have on child poverty as well. And again, I make no apology for that, because that is a simple statement of fact that if we want children to be lifted out of poverty, it would help if both governments were pointing in the same direction. And I'm concerned again when we discuss the level of expenditure on social security, which the Scottish Conservatives leader and others continuously say they won't cut. We have made decisions to scrap the two-child cap effectively, and we've made decisions to invest in the Scottish Child Payment because we want to lift children out of poverty. And what the Scottish Conservatives need to be very clear about to people is if they're wanting to cut that expenditure on social security, do they plan to take it from disabled people, like the Labour Party do? Do they tend to take it from carers, or do they intend to take it from low-income families? So we will balance our budget in every year, as we always do, Presiding Officer. And the Cabinet Secretary for Finance will set out about the sustainability of our finances. But the Tories also need to come clean about who they're going to cut the benefits from: disabled people, low-income people, or carers.
Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for outlining her vision and priority for lifting children out of poverty. And can I ask how UK Government policies are actively contributing to the problem? And what is the Government's assessment of the delays to the UK Government's Child Poverty Task Force?
Cabinet Secretary. Well, my assessment of the delay in the task force report is because I fear that the UK Government know that the impacts of their current policies that they're putting forward is actually making the situation worse rather than better. And I would point to one, Presiding Officer, which I hear is supposedly happening tomorrow, and that's the announcement from the UK Government on their determination to cut benefits for disabled people, which I mentioned earlier on, will push 50,000 children into poverty. So there's one policy which is apparently happening this week that will push 50,000 children into poverty at exactly the same time as I'm making a statement on how we lift children out of poverty, Presiding Officer. Thank you. That concludes the ministerial statement. There will be a brief pause before we move on to the next item of business. Front benches wish to take a moment to organise themselves.
Thank you. The next item of business is a statement by Neil Gray on delivering reform and renewal for health and social care. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of his statement, and hence there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on Neil Gray to make his statement up to 10 minutes. Please, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, for the opportunity to update Parliament on the Scottish Government's progress in advancing the Health and Social Care Reform Programme following the vision that I announced to Parliament last year and what was set out in the First Minister's speech in January. Today marks an important milestone in that journey. I am pleased to announce the publication of Scotland's Population Health Framework and the Health and Social Care Service Renewal Framework, two vital components in delivering our shared vision for a healthier, fairer and more resilient Scotland. Together, these frameworks represent a significant step forward in shaping a future where people live longer, healthier and more fulfilling lives. As the First Minister outlined earlier this year, we are taking bold and ambitious action to reform our health and care systems, delivering the transformation the people of Scotland need and expect. Alongside the NHS Operational Improvement Plan published in March, which is about improving service delivery now, these frameworks will drive forward public service reform in health and care with a focus on prevention and joined-up efficient services. They provide clear direction in how we will plan and deliver services for the whole population, while tackling the deep-rooted inequalities that continue to impact health and well-being across Scotland over the next decade. And as the First Minister set out just yesterday, they are part of an essential shift to a front-foot focus on prevention. They are public service reform in action in our health and care system. The Population Health Framework, co-developed with COSLA, reflects our shared long-term commitment to improving health and well-being across Scotland through a preventative, system-wide approach that addresses the broader drivers of health. Improving health and reducing inequality remains central to this Government's ambition. Yet we must face a hard truth. People in Scotland still experience vastly different health outcomes depending on where they live and the circumstances that they face. Too many in our most deprived communities live shorter lives and spend more of these years in poor health. That cannot continue. The core purpose of the Population Health Framework is to improve life expectancy for everyone in Scotland and to reduce the unjust and avoidable gap between our most and least deprived communities. By shifting the focus from treating illness to preventing it, addressing the root causes of poor health and targeting our efforts where they are needed most, we can ensure lasting improvements for this generation and for the next. Most of what affects our health happens outside a health and care setting. It happens in homes, in nurseries, in schools, in workplaces, in parks and green spaces. It happens in each and every one of our communities. And that is why the framework contains 30 initial actions across these drivers of health: good early years, jobs, income, powerful communities. It focuses on two early priorities: hardwiring prevention into our system, how we plan and deliver and budget and account, and improving healthy weight. We know the toll living with overweight and obesity takes on the health of our people. We know it is preventable. The evidence tells us tackling the environment is key. So that is why one of the first actions of the Population Health Framework will be legislating to make the balance of foods available on promotion healthier and to restrict the location of less healthy foods in our supermarkets. That is what our clinical leaders treating our people have called for, and we will align with similar legislation in England and Wales. That is what our business leaders have called for. This is the whole system approach in action, delivering the decisive shift to prevention that the First Minister called for, following the evidence, tackling the environment, not blaming the individual, working with business, not against it, all of us across all of our sectors and interests working together. And as we move through the next decade, the framework will evolve and adapt to future challenges, meeting emerging needs and driving progress where it is needed most. Alongside the framework today, we publish 4 sector summaries on the roles the whole system plays in creating health. Developed by our business sector leaders, our community and voluntary sector leaders, our local government colleagues, as well as NHS leaders, these summaries demonstrate the role all sectors have in health and the opportunity they all have to do more to improve health. The business sector influences health through good employment with fair income, through the goods and services it produces, and through supporting thriving local economies. The NHS plays a central role in improving health, not only through the delivery of healthcare, but as an anchor institution that works in partnership with local communities to improve the building blocks of health. Local government offers a critical leadership role and collaborates through local partnerships to deliver public services that strengthen health. And the community and voluntary sector is uniquely situated to build trust, reach key population groups and support prevention through person-centred approaches, the delivery of critical services and the creation of community assets. This is the whole system approach public service reform requires, and we are grateful to our system leaders across all of the sectors for their work developing these summaries. In tandem, Presiding Officer, the Health and Social Care Service Renewal Framework sets out a clear path to ensuring a sustainable, high-performing health and social care system, one that can meet the future demands and evolving needs of our population. It will ensure long-term financial sustainability, reduce health and care inequalities, further harness the benefits of digital technology and improve health outcomes for people in Scotland. At its core are 5 principles that will shape the future of care in Scotland. First is prevention. The Population Health Framework looks to prevent illness occurring in the first place. The Service Renewal Framework builds on that with a focus on early detection and supporting those living with long-term conditions. Second is people. We will design care around individuals, not systems. People will be empowered to be more in charge of their care and more involved in the decisions about their support and treatment. Third is community. By rebalancing our resources, it will be easier for people to access services and a broader range of treatments closer to home. Fourth, population. We will plan services based on the needs of our populations, not administrative or geographical boundaries. And fifth, digital. We will embrace technology to improve people's access to modern, joined-up and efficient services. People will have the choice to access information and services digitally in an inclusive manner. This means more treatment will be delivered safely, closer to home, whether you live in a town, a rural village or an island. For example, our digital front door service will mean that you can manage your condition, coordinate your appointments and see your diagnostic results, all from your own phone. For our workforce, our efforts to capitalise on digital innovation means having the right digital access and information you need to do your best job. This will streamline support, reduce your administrative workload, freeing you up to spend more time with patients and people. We know that digital systems and smarter ways of working are not just enhancements, they are essential enablers of reform. So the ability to meet our health and social care reform objectives hinges on how effectively digital tools are deployed, making digital transformation a strategic imperative for sustainable, high-performing health and social care services. This transformation will be underpinned by strengthened governance, providing clear accountability, robust oversight and empowered leadership. Through these principles and the major changes we have set out within them, people will experience faster, fairer access to services. The workforce will have new opportunities to deliver care more effectively and efficiently and will create a system fit for the future. As the First Minister highlighted yesterday during his speech at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, renewing Scotland's essential public services must be rooted in a long-term vision, one that prioritises prevention and early intervention. Both the Population Health Framework and the Service Renewal Framework place prevention at their very core. To support this transformation, we are bringing together existing national resources, which are currently spread across several national boards, into a single coordinated body called NHS Delivery. As part of this change, we will merge NHS National Services Scotland and NHS Education for Scotland. This will ensure we are better equipped to deliver key priorities, including making progress on our digital ambitions. It will enable us to provide clear, streamlined support to local systems, delivering on Once for Scotland services, both for NHS Scotland and potentially the wider public sector in the period ahead. We are not proposing structural changes for the Scottish Ambulance Service and NHS 24, but we do expect them to work much more closely together, supported by enhanced joint planning and coordination, building on existing collaboration. This will support transformational improvements in urgent care so that people can access timely, appropriate support wherever and whenever they need it. Presiding Officer, in closing, I want to acknowledge the vital partnership with COSLA in developing both these frameworks and also call on partners across government, across local authorities, the NHS, third sector, business and communities to continue with us in delivering this ambition. We developed these frameworks together and I want to implement them together. I spoke earlier about all of us, across all our interests, working together to improve health. That applies in here too, in this chamber. I know that everyone in this chamber wants our people to enjoy good health and our services to be modern, joined up and efficient. So together, through shared purpose and coordinated action, we can build a system that not only treats illness, but also helps people to live longer, healthier and more fulfilling lives. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in his statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we will move on to the next item of business. It would be helpful if those members who would wish to ask a question were to press the request to speak buttons, and I call Brian Whittle.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for early sight of his statement? Well, having read the statement, my overriding feeling is, what a breakthrough. Who would have thought that investing in preventative health and digital solutions would benefit the NHS and the health of our nation? Rarely have so many statements of the blindingly obvious been contained in a single Scottish Government publication. Going back to my first debate on the 7th of June in 2016, I championed preventative spend and investment in digital solutions. The then Cabinet Secretary for Health, Shona Robertson, said, and I quote, "I am committed to taking forward our health and social care agenda in the context of public sector improvement against the 4 pillars of public sector reform in a response to the Christie report, that being prevention, integration at local level, workforce development and focus on performance with outcomes-based targets." End of quote. Scotland's poor health record and low healthy life expectancy is no secret. In fact, the solutions have been in front of us for decades. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, how will you quantify preventable spend and how will you measure success? Considering this document has apparently taken years to come together, when do you expect the changes within this document to actually be achieved? And finally, the much-trumpeted digital front door, commonly known as the NHS app, and first announced in 2021, is expected to be providing limited services to dermatology patients in Lanarkshire by the end of the year. When does the Cabinet Secretary expect it to be able to do for patients in Scotland what it can already do for all of the patients in the rest of the United Kingdom?
Cabinet Secretary.
Brian Whittle for what I think was a support for what we've set out in these documents. I recognise that there has to be a continued emphasis upon prevention. I think, given what Ms Robeson previously set out in my role, we have seen significant steps taken forward to move to a more preventative model, including some of the work that's done on urgent care pathways and what has been done, with example, in a hospital at home. But this is an acknowledgement that we need to do more. We need to go further and we need to go faster. Also, when this will be delivered by, we have set out that both of these documents are to make progress over the coming years, but I expect to see elements delivered quickly. There are areas such as what I've announced around high-fat, salty, sugary foods, and indeed the structural changes that we're proposing around some of our national boards to be happening now. And in terms of his question around the digital front door, he is correct. The initial pilot is happening in Lanarkshire at the end of this year, and we expect it to roll out further into 2026 for the rest of Scotland.
I call Jackie Baillie.
Presiding Officer, this is simply tinkering around the edges. The SNP plan would simply merge 2 special boards rather than implement effective reform. It's gesture politics that will not actually create an NHS where systems work together and money follows the patient. Now, whatever the new board is called, the hallmark of this government is the lack of delivery. If Neil Gray wants me to come up with ideas for him, then tell John Swinney to call the election now and I will do the job for him. And I am not holding my breath about the promise of an NHS app. Used by NHS England since 2018, developed by a Glasgow headquartered company, but ignored by the SNP. Instead, we have a pilot in NHS Lanarkshire alone. So a manifesto commitment to have an all-Scotland app, broken but cynically re-announced. The Cabinet Secretary rightly talks about prevention. But for the past 18 years, this SNP government have funded crisis, not prevention, with Audit Scotland identifying cuts of £560 million in social care.
Please put your question. You're over your time.
Of course, in this year alone, services are being cut to the bone. Presiding officer, today's statement amounts to little more than gaslighting the people of Scotland with announcements that will never deliver from a government. I'm trying to from a government that is running out of ideas and is fast running out of time.
I don't know if there was a question there, Cabinet Secretary. Please respond.
I'm not convinced there was a question there, Presiding Officer. I'm genuinely looking to engage with colleagues across Parliament on the contents of what we have put to Parliament. The Service Renewal Framework and the Population Health Framework are about generational shifts in the way that we deliver our health and social care services, shifting to a more preventative model, shifting the balance of care to see more services delivered within our communities and ensuring that we intervene earlier in ensuring that we don't see an escalation in an individual's poor health. In terms of the digital front door, it is going to go further than the NHS app available elsewhere in Scotland, because it is going to be an integrated health and social care digital front door to make sure that there is that coordination that we need to see, that Jackie Baillie asked for but isn't being delivered elsewhere in the UK. And I'm more than happy to work with her and with others across the Chamber to make sure that the vision that is set out for health and social care services in these documents is delivered.
Could I remind those members who are seeking to ask a question to please check that they have pressed the request to speak button. I call Emma Roddick to be followed by Annie Wells.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I've heard from constituents who are BSL users who have been assessed for a care support package but cannot access the support due to a lack of BSL-trained support workers. I know they're very keen on the inquiry being held by a Qualities Committee right now, and I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary can provide any reassurance to those who use BSL that health services are aware of any gaps in provision and focused on closing those gaps.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. I thank Emma Roddick for her question. A shared aim of the Population Health Framework and the Service Renewal Framework is to reduce health inequalities by ensuring that services are designed and delivered in ways that are inclusive, equitable and responsive to the needs of all communities. The Government's BSL National Plan that was published in 2023 represents our ongoing commitment to making Scotland the best place in the world for BSL users to live. Ensuring equal access, opportunity, representation and inclusion are key components of our plan, stemming from across areas such as education, health, justice and culture. And through the National Plan's Implementation Advisory Group, we will be working with key partners who represent the deaf-blind communities to ensure we are held accountable for the actions in the plan and draw on their experience to strengthen delivery, including on the areas that Emma Roddick has asked for.
I call Annie Wells, who is joining us remotely, to be followed by Audrey Nicholl. Ms Wells.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, the Government says it wants to prioritise community-based preventative care, but right now Glasgow's Huntington's disease specialist service is facing closure. These are frontline professionals preventing hospital admissions and supporting families in crisis. So can the Cabinet Secretary act to protect these essential services before more vulnerable families are left behind?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. And I recognise the question that Annie Wells has posed and the seriousness with which that will be felt by the community in Glasgow that receive Huntington's support. We are working in collaboration with these two documents with the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities, recognising that they are in many ways our delivery agents, along with our health and social care partnerships. We have invested and increased the level of support to our local authority partners, which should also see an increased level of support to our health and social care partnerships. But I recognise that at the moment difficult decisions are still needing to be made. What these two documents do is set out the framework and the footprint for how we can shift the balance of care and shift the balance of resource, where resource goes to support those more interventionist, early intervention priorities, such as that Annie Wells sets out. And if she wants to write with me with the details, I'm more than happy to see what can be done in the short term.
I call Audrey Nicholl to be followed by Carol Mockin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The landscape of general practice in Scotland has changed significantly in recent years, with rising numbers of people living longer and with more than one condition. Can the Cabinet Secretary outline what reform opportunities are being considered to enable GPs to offer a greater specialist response, meeting the needs of population groups across areas such as cardiac and frailty?
Cabinet Secretary.
Audrey Nicholl is absolutely right that general practice is going to play an ever more important role in the delivery of our services going forward, and for us to shift the balance of care and for our constituents to receive services within the communities that they call home will require us to ensure that we continue to support general practice to be able to do that in a sustainable way. A further £10.5 million is invested in this year to expand targeted interventions by GP practices for cardiovascular disease and frailty prevention. As part of this investment, we have already agreed an enhanced service with the BMA that will increase the number of proactive interventions to prevent cardiovascular disease having a significant impact on patients' long-term health outlook. And by spring of next year, we will offer a frailty-enhanced service to general practices, enabling each GP practice to identify a frailty lead, and this lead will help drive improvements in frailty care through training, data optimisation and cross-sector collaboration.
I call Cara Mochan to be followed by Emma Harper.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the publication of the long overdue Population Health Framework and the Government's response to the high in fat, sugar and salt consultation, which has just been published in the last few minutes, although we were promised it at the start of this year. These are critical in improving health and reducing inequalities. However, I fear that the Government's actions fall short of its ambition. Can I ask the Government when it intends to publish its impact assessment on high fat, sugar and salt? Because if the Government is truly committed to delivering improvements to health and reducing inequalities, then it will need to ensure these regulations are brought forward, or otherwise it's just the usual piecemeal approach to public health intervention.
Cabinet Secretary.
A number of things to say. First of all, I appreciate Carol Mochan's welcome for the papers. I think her and I have a lot of shared endeavour in terms of what they can achieve, and recognise the importance that they can play in supporting and enhancing health and social care services. On high-fat and salty sugary foods, we'll be setting out our regulations later this year, and I would expect the publications that she's asked for to be a part of that. We are also, in terms of the ambition part that she stressed, we are in these regulations will be matching where England and Wales are already, so there is a consistency across these islands. But I recognise that there is more for us to do on ensuring that we're supporting people to have healthy, active lifestyles and to tackle obesity, and that's what the Population Health Framework is all about, trying to enable people to be able to deliver upon.
I call Emma Harper to be followed by Patrick Harpy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's on a similar vein regarding high-fat sugar and salt foods. The Cabinet Secretary will be aware of the work of Henry Dimbleby, Dr Tim Spector and Dr Chris Van Tulliken regarding ultra-high processed foods and ultra-processed foods and their links to high-fat sugar and salt foods and the connection to poorer health, and my interest in this also. So can the Cabinet Secretary say a bit more about the actions that will be taken regarding the promotion of healthier foods and the restriction of less healthy foods in our supermarkets?
Cabinet Secretary.
I recognise Emma Harper's long-standing interest in this area and the work that she has done, as well as the Health Committee that she sits on has done in order to advance this work. We will be setting out the regulations later this year that will provide the fulsome detail of this, but where products can be located, how they can be promoted, and to whom is going to be at the centre of this, and aligning ourselves, as I said in answer to Carol Mochan, with the regulations that there is in place in England and Wales, to ensure that there is consistency across these aisles for those that are selling these products.
I call Patrick Harvey to be followed by Alex Cole-Hamilton.
The context in which these documents land is one in which we're seeing significant cuts to existing prevention services right around the country. Just from constituents in Glasgow, we're seeing cuts to the Glasgow Psychological Trauma Service, the Huntington's Disease Specialist Services, Adult Mental Health Services, Flourish House, the Falls Prevention Programme, the Counselling Services, the Sandyford Sexual Health Service and breastfeeding support from NCT, and that's just Glasgow alone. Does the Cabinet Secretary acknowledge that we are already losing prevention services that have been having success as a result of the way that IGB decisions are being made? That's going to have a human and financial cost in future. And does he acknowledge that the way the IGB makes these decisions is democratically unaccountable and needs to change?
Cabinet Secretary.
In answer to Annie Wells, the fact that we have delivery agents that we need to work with in order to make sure that decisions that are taken at a local level reflect the national policy direction that are being set out within these documents. I also recognise that we need to be continuing to support local areas, as we are doing. Our local authority partners received a record funding settlement. Our health boards received a record funding settlement this year, and they are the funders of our health and social care partnerships. So I recognise that there is local decision-making to be taken, but some of the areas that Patrick Harvey has set out are not areas that I believe would be in keeping with what I am setting out here with the population health, all the strategic, the service renewal framework, and directed towards preventative areas of spending. And that's why I'll continue to work with them, as we have done in the development of this product through COSLA, to ensure that there is a recognition for the importance of prevention.
I call Alex Cole-Hamilton to be followed by Paul McLennan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, strategies and recovery plans like this come and go, but the health and social care sector is still on its knees. And nowhere is that crisis more acute than in our remote, rural and island communities. Yet this renewal document suggests those communities will have to wait until year 9 before they can expect care standards that meet quality standards. All the while, mums will have to drive 100 miles down the A9. Care homes in the Highlands will continue to close, and care visits will be cut short because of travel time. Does the Cabinet Secretary really expect that those communities will be happy to wait until 2034 for care that we all expect now?
Cabinet Secretary.
It's not what we are setting out. We are expecting the framework to help to inform decision-making from now. So the decision-making process that the service renewal framework and the population framework sets out is about taking these considerations into account. We will continue to work with our boards, both those that represent rural and island communities, to ensure that there is service parity available to people. But I'm born and brought up in an island community. I know what it's like to travel to receive services, and so I recognise that for some there will inevitably need to be some travel involved. What I want to do is make sure that that's done on an equitable, fair and supportive basis, so that we can see a better situation for the island communities that I'm from the communities that colleagues across this chamber represent, so that we can see a better system for the people of Scotland.
I call Paul McLennan to be followed by Finlay Carson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. For a number of years, social care recruitment has been a challenge in the east of East Lothian, in particular the rural villages near Dunbar, Hannington and North Berwick. On building out care at home, can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what strategies it will have in place to address the issue of social care worker shortage in rural areas and villages such as Innerwick, Gifford and Gullen in my constituency?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, President Officer. I thank Paul McLennan for his question. We're clearly aware of the challenges of recruiting staff in rural and island communities. Changing demographics, increased needs only adds to these challenges, and the Population Health Framework and the Service Renewal Framework set out the key areas of reform and the principles we will work to that will reduce pressures, increase opportunity, improve integration and transform how services are experienced by the workforce and those that they support. What won't help us to be able to attract and retain our workforce is the damaging policies that have been taken forward by the UK Government around our social care staff, and in that regard I would encourage them to think again.
I call Finlay Carson to be followed by Claire Hockey.
Thank you. Forced to deliver a £30 million budget cut in NHS Dumfries and Galloway are seeing a systematic dismantle of the local health services. Cottage hospitals are being closed, maternity services shut, no hospice provision and care home beds are critically in short supply. And yet this government claims to want to deliver on 5 principles of reform. So, Cabinet Secretary, how does the closure of maternity services and cottage hospitals align with the second principle of people? Designing care around individuals and empowering them to make their care decisions? And how does it support the third principle of community, bringing services closer to home where expectant mothers are forced to travel miles for basic care? And how does it reflect the fourth principle of population, planning services based on local needs when the needs of rural families in Galloway are being ignored entirely? Isn't it the case that this government's rhetoric on reform is completely at odds with lived experience?
Has got the 3 questions.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I well recognise the issues that Mr Carson takes forward. It's something that I've engaged with his constituents on when I was at the Dumfries and Galloway Board review, annual review last year, and when I met trade union colleagues in his area as well, and the meetings that I've had with him to discuss these matters. I would say that the thread that runs through all of what he has set out is safety and ensuring patient safety, and we rely upon clinicians to give us the advice on ensuring that services remain safe. I recognise that that is always a balance that needs to be struck between needing to travel and ensuring that we get safe and timely access to services. And again, as I say, I'm someone from an island community. I recognise the need to travel for services and what that means and the burden that it can have on individuals and their families. And we always want to make sure that when these decisions are taken, they're taken in a proportionate manner that reflects the needs of those communities.
I would advise that I have 3 more members who have pressed to ask a question. I will take all 3, but I do need 1 question from each, a brief question and a brief answer. I call Claire Haughey, to be followed by Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I remind members of my register of interest I hold a bank nurse contract with NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde. As the Cabinet Secretary outlined in his statement, we know that taking preventative action at any point of a person's health or care needs can make a significant difference. Can the Cabinet Secretary advise how Scottish Government investment is helping to expand targeted interventions across Scotland, particularly for cardiovascular disease and frailty prevention, and how the Population Health Framework will complement these initiatives?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I appreciate the question from Claire Haughey. We've launched the Cardiovascular Disease Risk Factors Programme to improve CVD outcomes with an aim to reduce avoidable CVD death by 20% in 20 years. We've established a new GP-enhanced service from 25-26 to support 100,000 patients who are at risk of developing CVD. We will also be bringing forward funding for a frailty-enhanced service. We are investing £4.5 million over 3 years to tackling type 2 diabetes, and the Population Health Framework is a cross-government, whole-society approach to creating health, using the totality of public expenditure and hardwiring prevention into our systems through planning, delivery, budgets and accountability to reduce the demand that these issues can cause in our system.
Briefly, Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary has spoken about preventative spend. Does he agree that GPs can play a crucial role here? And I recently met with Dr Robert Lockhart from Elgin, who I think the Cabinet Secretary met on Friday, and he discussed what they can do locally and nationally with more funding. So can the Cabinet Secretary tell us what percentage of the health budget is currently spent on general practice and what percentage he believes it should be to allow our GPs to deliver more?
Cabinet Secretary.
Indeed, meet Dr Lockhart on Friday. I'm very pleased to do so, and we had a very informative discussion, including with the Community Council that Mr Lockhead was a part of as well. And the discussions on those areas, the latter part of Douglas Ross's question, are matters of discussion and negotiation currently with the BMA around how we can continue to support general practice, their sustainability, and how we can see them deliver more within our communities, as I know Dr Lockhart wants to see and I want to see.
And briefly, Alexandra Stewart.
In the statement, you talk about local government supporting health inequalities. Accessing information is critical. Having effective digital tools is vital. Partnership working and frameworks must be the goal, but how can they be achieved, Cabinet Secretary, without major reforms taking place?
Cabinet Secretary.
If he's asking me about a reform within local government, that's not for today, but we are seeing from the support that the Convention of Scottish Local Authorities, having provided the collaborative support for these 2 documents coming forward, is a willingness of them to engage and to recognise the role that they play as delivery agents for us in terms of our national policy ambitions. But this is a shared endeavour of ambition that we are wanting to see a step change, a generational shift in the way that we deliver services. It's shifting the balance of care, and I'm confident that COSLA will continue to support us in that endeavour.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes the statement. I will move on now to the next item of business, which is consideration of business motion 17968 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a timetable for the Stage 3 consideration of the Scottish Languages Bill. I ask any member who wishes to speak to the motion to press the request to speak button, and I call on Jamie Hepburn to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. No member has asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 17968 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. And I can now move on to the next item of business, which is Stage 3 Proceedings for the Scottish Languages Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have the bill as amended at Stage 2, that is SP Bill 39A, the marshalled list and the groupings of amendments. The division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for around 5 minutes for the first division of the Stage 3. The period of voting for the first division will be 30 seconds. Thereafter, I will allow a voting period of 1 minute for the first division after a debate. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments should press the request to speak buttons or enter RTS in the chat as soon as possible after I call the group. And members should now refer to the marshalled list. And at Group 1, on areas of linguistic significance, I call Amendment 13 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 13 and to speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I'd like to speak to Amendments 13 to 16 in my name, 1 and 2, and 22 and 23. These amendments, 13-16, relate to the process by which areas are designated areas of linguistic significance. The bill as it stands already enables a local authority to designate part of its area as an ALS where certain criteria are met. However, as currently drafted, the legislation the designation is discretionary. My amendments strengthen the framework by introducing a clear duty that if an area contains a significant number of people with Gaelic language skills, then that area must be designated an area of linguistic significance. This change, I think, is essential if Gaelic is to be protected where it is most at risk and supported where it is most widely spoken. Then the bill, I think, should provide more than optional powers, it must create obligations. Amendment 13 introduces a new subsection into Section 1A of the 2005 Act, requiring that areas with a significant Gaelic-speaking population are designated an ALS. Amendment 14 deletes the existing provision which would allow but not require such designations. Amendment 15 and 16 make consequential changes to ensure the duty is fully reflected across Section 1A. Taken together, these amendments, I think, shift the emphasis in the bill. And we know from evidence to the committee and from decades of advocacy by Gaelic communities themselves, the policy must begin with place. These amendments, I believe, make sure it does. Amendments 1 and 2, Presiding Officer, in my name, I think, are an important part of the local authority process of designating areas of linguistic significance. These amendments ensure that at certain stages in the process, the local authority must consult community representatives from an area which is likely to be designated. This, I think, is an essential part of the process. The local authority will designate, and that is important, but decisions to designate and the activity flowing from that designation will be for the local community, and it is right that their voices are clearly heard. Amendment 22 in my name provides for an important, I think, new democratic right, the ability for communities themselves to request that their area be considered for designation as an area of linguistic significance. The bill already establishes a framework in which local authorities can designate an ALS, and other amendments I have lodged create duties to do so where Gaelic-speaking populations are significant. But this amendment goes a step further, gives communities the ability to trigger that process. That, I think, is important because too often policy is done to communities, not with them. And nowhere is that more true than in rural, island and Gaelic-speaking parts of our country. The amendment does three things specifically, Presiding Officer. First, it allows any community to make a formal request to its local authority to consider designation. Second, if a local authority decides not to proceed with that designation, it must set out its reasons and make the reasons public. And third, it creates a right of appeal. Communities will be able to challenge the decision not to designate via a process set out by ministers. This amendment, I think, ensures that linguistic planning is not only responsive to community needs, but accountable to it. It gives power to communities to speak for themselves. I believe that these amendments together create a vital step in realising the community-led approach that this bill aspires to. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Duncan-Glancy. I call Emma Roddick to speak to Amendment 17 and other amendments in the group. Ms Roddick.
Tap live officer really. This bill provides provisions for local authorities to designate areas of linguistic significance. These will be areas where there are important numbers of Gaelic speakers or levels of Gaelic activity and that are clearly important for the future promotion and support of Gaelic language. But for this to meet its potential, people must have trust that these areas will indeed be designated where appropriate. So Amendments 17 and 18 will strengthen this provision by requiring a local authority to consider if any part of its area contains that significant number of people with Gaelic skills, and to consider submitting a proposed designation to Scottish ministers if that test is met. Amendment 17 sets a time period of 1 year in which the local authority must give this consideration, and as the committee report for this bill acknowledged, there is need for urgent action here to ensure that our language and our language communities are protected. Amendment 19 adds to the bill's provision about the guidance that can be given to help local authorities with these decisions, to make particular reference to how they determine which areas could be designated. In addition, Amendments 20 and 21 also provide a ministerial power to require local authorities to reconsider in a case where an authority decides not to submit a designation proposal to Scottish ministers. Areas of linguistic significance will be a new development with the potential to focus strong support on areas with Gaelic activity and significant numbers of speakers. This important process will involve local authority decision-making, community input, Board na Gaelic advocacy and the involvement of Scottish ministers. So I move Amendment 17. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Roddy. I now call on Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 65 and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Fescamath, Presiding Officer. Amendment 65 requires local authorities to develop local Gaelic plans for the designated areas of linguistic significance in consultation with the community, the board and other stakeholders. It's somewhat equivalent to provision 14, which requires the board to lead on preparation of a community language plan. But this amendment comes from concerns that the board isn't democratically accountable like local authorities are, and that the link between the local plan that they would produce for the ALS and the council-wide Gaelic language plan is not clear or strong enough. Currently, the local plan must have regard to the council-wide Gaelic language plan, but not the other way around. The alternative way to achieve this, though, would be for ministers to set out clearly in the statutory guidance that the council's Gaelic language plan must include specific provisions for each area of linguistic significance within their geographical remit, i.e. that the community plans, as set out currently in point 14, should effectively form part of the council's overall Gaelic language plan, even though those community plans would not originate from the council itself. My concern at the moment is the lack of a sufficient connection between the council-wide Gaelic language plan and the community plans for each area of linguistic significance, which wouldn't themselves, as I said, be produced by the council. They would be produced by the board in consultation, you would hope, with the council and, of course, with the local community. So if the Cabinet Secretary could confirm that this will be addressed in the statutory guidance, i.e. that the community plan should form part of the council's overall Gaelic language plan, even though the council themselves are not leading on that community plan, I think that would probably be sufficient for me not to press this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Greer. I call on the Deputy First Minister.
Presiding Officer, and although this is a slightly longer section and my remarks will therefore be longer than perhaps for the other groups, I think it's quite appropriate that we start our debate this afternoon with the areas of linguistic significance, because it remains one of the most significant elements of the bill, and it's good to start with this. I think the second thing to welcome is the level of interest and the lively debates that we've had in the run-up to this afternoon's debate, and I'm particularly grateful for the amendments that have been lodged by colleagues in other parties, because it does prompt a bit of debate, which is no bad thing. On Pam Duncan-Glancy's amendments 13, 14, 15 and 16, I have some reservations because of the combination of a compulsory duty and the absence of sufficient detail on which areas this duty applies, and that means I am unable to support those amendments. This amendment would lead to a measure of confusion for communities and local authorities. It might be implemented in impractical and unhelpful ways. This is an area that we have grappled with quite extensively. Yes, I will.
I
thank the Deputy First Minister for taking that intervention. Could she set out which parts of it are unclear? Because my understanding is that it is quite clear. It creates a very specific definition about the numbers of people who speak Gaelic in a particular area. So which parts of it are not clear?
Deputy First Minister.
I thank the member for that question, because it's a helpful cue on which to proceed. The requirement does not specify the size nor the type of area which would be subject to mandatory designation. And this is an area that we grappled with quite significantly in the run-up to the government lodging amendments, because I was very keen to explore all possibilities in this regard. It would not be clear which area or areas must be designated. For example, if the requirement fell on a local authority, then only one area of linguistic significance would be designated in Scotland. So if it applied to electoral wards, then only Skye would be added to that one authority. If it applied to census output areas, which are obviously smaller in nature, then a number of very small areas would also be designated, which would probably be artificially small. And so either way, it would be impractical. For example, some districts in small towns would be designated, but some not in the same town. And also some small output areas and islands would be designated, but not the entire island. Some of the areas to be designated would be too small for the practical implementation of policy or programmes. So stepping away from census area issues, there are also unhelpful implications for other provisions. The amendment reduces the involvement and the ownership of authorities, communities and Bord na Gaelic. And I do recognise that one of the reasons why there is support for Pam Duncan-Glancy's approach is because it cuts out in some people's minds the bureaucracy of a process. Some of the feedback I got when engaging with local authorities and others was that the process actually is quite important for bringing people with them, although I know Pam Duncan-Glancy alluded to that in her comments too. So the compulsory and undefined nature of the duty could possibly result in fewer areas being designated. There would be a measure of confusion about the size of the area, and it would remove involvement of those who would be closest to the process and for whom this would make a difference.
Intervention on that point. I thank the Deputy First Minister for taking that intervention. I'm not sure I entirely agree about the confusion, given that part of the most important part of the change here is that the bill already says that you may designate an area. So the same area that the bill refers to as in may designate is the area that I'm suggesting in my amendment you must designate. The difference is that I'm saying if that area contains enough Gaelic language speakers, then you have to designate it. So I don't understand why I'm not redrawing that size. It's the same size as the government's version in the current bill.
Deputy First Minister. Yes, but the fact that it would be must and require sort of a mandatory obligation to designate it leads to huge questions as to whether or not that statutory duty has been met or not in particular different areas. So with a process that is set out through the May, we have set out clear expectations for where a local authority may, or where an area of linguistic significance may be designated. It's an iterative process, there's consultation, there's a responsiveness. She will know that there are a number of obligations, so it could be an area in which significant activity relating to the Gaelic language takes place, an area in which teaching and learning by means of the Gaelic language is provided, an area which is historically connected with the use of Gaelic, and an area where there is that 20% figure. When you turn that into a must, it's very difficult to determine if that statutory duty has indeed been met because of the obligation to ensure that it has the criteria for a must is much higher than for may, where there would be an iterative consultation process. Now, she will know, and for the benefit of other people in the chamber, this is an area that I grappled with quite extensively. We engaged in, because I was quite drawn to the proposal that she has set out today, and it is in the implementation of it that we essentially came to the conclusion that legally, if the statutory duty is that it must be designated, and yet there are some grey areas on what exactly needs to be designated, then it is going to create a legal challenge, a significant legal challenge. I appreciate she disagrees with that, and she's going to intervene again, and I'm very happy to take that intervention.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for taking the intervention. What process then does the Deputy First Minister think there is then for people who believe their area should be designated, but because the legislation says it only may go to be designated, what process has the community got to challenge that?
Deputy First Minister.
And I'm actually just coming on to the other amendments. You will know that there are a number of amendments in the legislation, in today's debate, which are essentially strengthening the provision. So, having heard loud and clear that legally having a mandatory implementation of areas of linguistic significance doesn't work, my responsibility was to try and strengthen the provisions as far as possible, just short of mandatory. And that's certainly the commitment I gave to a number of groups and bodies that fed back on the impossible implementation of the must phrasing. So let me go through the other amendments, because some of those touch on it. So in terms of Emma Roddick's amendment, 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21, these amendments, along with the bill provisions as strengthened at stage 2, does provide a welcome and essential focus on areas with important levels of Gaelic activity and important numbers of Gaelic speakers. So that's a very clear message from Gaelic communities that this is an important requirement at this time. These provisions and amendments on areas of linguistic significance also provide important support for Gaelic initiatives that are in place, the work of community bodies and officers and the development of Gaelic community plans, and we're happy to support 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21. Back to Pam Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 1 and 2, very supportive of Amendments 1 and 2. It's a wide-ranging bill touching on many areas of Gaelic and Scots activity, so community activity is hugely important. And I welcome those particular amendments which strengthen the focus and remind us that it is the community where the impact of these provisions will be felt. These amendments will also sit well with the bill provision whereby Bord na Gaelic can ask a local authority to consider designation if the board considers there is evidence of demand from those living in a local authority area. On Amendments 22 and 23, with Amendment 22 there is an overlap with the provision that is already in the bill, which requires Bord na Gaelic to make a request to an authority to consider making a designation if Bord na Gaelic considers there is evidence of demand. On Amendment 22, there are some questions to raise. In the first place, the definition of community is very broad, and also there could be questions about exactly what the area is for the requested designation, as we've touched on already. The community request could be based on areas that were not recognised census areas, and relevant information on Gaelic skills would not be available, or the area requested could be too small for the practical implementation of programmes. At the same time, it would not be appropriate for a community group to request designation of the entire authority if they only live in one part of the local authority. So, for example, people living in Skye cannot request that the entire Highland Council area should be designated as an area of linguistic significance. So it's difficult to understand how this would work with the standards and requirements to be made by regulation. Also, the amendment doesn't contain a mechanism to prevent repeated requests, so a local authority could face multiple requests and from small groups for which it has to consider and publicise a decision on each time. And the existing provision of the bill, which provides for requests to be channelled through Bord na Gaelic, requires a more streamlined and evidence-driven and appropriate approach. With Amendment 23, there are at present significant numbers of Gaelic development officers in post, and they are operating in communities at the moment. Bord na Gaelic were, for the start of the current financial year, provided with £500,000 to support the Gaelic Development Officer Scheme, and a separate funding package also in the region of £500,000 to ensure that key Gaelic bodies had increased investment. That includes funding for bodies such as Common na Gaelic, who have in the region of 17 immersed officers across Gaelic-speaking communities. At stage 2, the bill was amended to give Bord na Gaelic a duty to support communities with the preparation of community plans in particular areas, and that ensures that Bord na Gaelic works with the current Gaelic development officers that are already in place. So Amendment 23 has a measure of overlap with bill provisions that are already in place. It also introduces a measure of burden for the authority to make an appointment at the point of designation. On the appointment of development officers, it would be unusual for central government to regulate local authority staffing decisions, and I prefer to outline our priorities in the Gaelic strategy and standards and look to authorities and the board to implement and interpret. The regulations will make provision for what needs to happen in an area of linguistic significance, and it will be for local authorities to employ appropriate staff to fulfil those functions. On Amendment 65, and sorry, Presiding Officer, I did warn at the beginning that this one's a bit longer. I thank Ross Greer for that amendment focusing on an important issue of community plans, which has come up time and time again. And let me state for the absolute record that the areas of linguistic significance will only operate effectively if we have community plans. The question is whether this is the way to do it. In relation to this amendment, there is an overlap with provisions that are already in the bill. So at stage 2, the bill was amended to give Bord na Gaelic a duty to provide advice, assistance and support for the preparation of a plan for the development or promotion of the Gaelic language, Gaelic education and Gaelic culture in relation to a community in a particular area. The guidance amendments will also be important for that provision. Guidance will be provided on how to determine which areas are appropriate for designation as an area of linguistic significance, what factors to take into account in determining if an area should be designated as an area of linguistic significance, and the process for making those determinations. In addition, standards will be able to be set out expectations of how public authority functions are to be exercised in these areas. Where an area has been designated as an area of linguistic significance, the relevant authority's Gaelic language plan must set out the measures to be taken in that area, and ministers may make further provision about the required content of Gaelic language plans in respect of areas of linguistic significance. There will be an important community impact from those measures. The current area of linguistic significance provisions are already a package of mutually supportive measures combining local authority decisions, Bord na Gaelic involvement, community activity and ministers' interventions. As mentioned above, planning and community involvement are points that will be followed up in guidance, taking our lead from the proposed Stage 3 amendments on areas of linguistic significance guidance. With the current provision, the focus is on Bord na Gaelic supporting the wish emerging from the community. Although the idea behind Amendment 65 has much to commend it, it's preferable to have an initiative which originates with the community and is supported by Bord na Gaelic. Yes.
Ross Greer.
I'm very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for taking that intervention and offering those points of reassurance around the guidance. I wonder if she would address the specific concern that I have that there is a requirement for the community plans to have regard to the local authority-wide Gaelic language plan, but there's not an equivalent requirement the other way around. In situations where a council may be producing a new Gaelic language plan, there is no requirement on them to have due regard for existing community plans in those areas of linguistic significance. And I wonder if that's something that could be addressed in the statutory guidance to ensure that this is all joined up and consistent on an ongoing basis.
Deputy First Minister.
A very fair point, because one of the criticisms has been made that there's a lot of duplication and overlap, and actually, if you believe in grassroots community work, then I think it should start with the community. So we will take that into account, and I'm happy to also express my desire to consult extensively with relevant bodies and other members on the substance of the guidance. I would recognise the importance of local authority support at every level, but with Amendment 65 there is a measure of overlap, as I've said. I want to come back to Pam Duncan-Glancy's question on what we are doing then, if not her amendments. And I mentioned the fact that we have concerns around the obligatory, mandatory implementation of areas of linguistic significance without the detail. I should also add, of course, in terms of data, we have the census data, and the census data goes to output. There's output areas, of course, but that at the moment is the main source of our data around how you would know whether or not you are meeting that obligation of people with Gaelic skills. So the approach that we've taken in how an area can determine, and the sort of two backstops which strengthen the provisions, is that a local authority can designate, of course, if an area falls within the certain descriptions which we've covered. And the second element to this is that if the local authority doesn't proceed, then Bord na Gaelic can also then request the local authority to consider making a designation. And if Bord na Gaelic makes this request, it can do so on the evidence of demand for designation from those residing in the authority's area. So it's essentially a referral from the community who are unhappy that a designation hasn't proceeded. That goes to Bord na Gaelic, and Bord na Gaelic can then request the local authority to do that. If the authority doesn't submit a proposed designation, the local authority must publicise the decision and the reasons for making it. So there has to be an upfront publication of the reasons why they are not proceeding. The third backstop is that if a local authority doesn't submit a proposed designation, then Scottish ministers may require the local authority to reconsider the decision, and a local authority must submit a proposed designation or confirm its original decision and notify ministers of the reasons for its decision. I have, in the debates around whether or not we should move to an obligatory state rather than the may wording, I have consulted with the Western Isles Council, Highland Council and Argyll and Bute Council in particular to get their views on matters, and there was a range of views, but the thing I would say is that all of them were very keen on proceeding at pace with designation. And all of them expressed to me that they have very different geographical and demographic spreads. So, for example, in Argyll and Bute, you have the obvious case where it wouldn't be obvious to designate an entire ward because you have multiple islands in one ward. So it would make more sense to cover an island that rather than a ward. I've already referenced in Highland Council that Skye would be an obvious contender. And in the Western Isles, arguably, each part of the Western Isles could be designated. And there was certainly an appetite from all local authorities. So if her primary concern is my primary concern, which is the pace at which this will be implemented, I certainly heard reassurance from the local authorities that they want to move at pace, but they stress the importance of an iterative process and engaging with the community and ensuring that the size matches what the community want. Because I think all of us are aware that to proceed with something that the community doesn't work because it is the wrong size and either too big or too small may create more challenges. So I hugely respect the work that she's done. I share her sentiment. And I'm just struck by the challenges, the operational challenges in implementing it. And so I think, Presiding Officer, you'll be delighted to know that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. And I call on Pam Duncan-Clancy to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 13.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I've listened carefully to the Deputy First Minister's comments, including on the three specific backstops that have been highlighted in the bill. I would argue, though, that those backstops suggest that there is already a sense of a provision, but what my amendments do make it much clearer that communities are at the heart of that decision-making process. So rather than they may be consulted, they must be consulted, that there is a community request, and if the community request is denied, there's a publication as to why that's been denied. And on the role of officer, I think I heard again what the Deputy First Minister said about the officer through Bord Gallacher, but what my amendment seeks to do here is to make sure that in areas that are designated, there is somebody there to help them from the grassroots, build and sustain the community, because as we know, much has been said about whether this bill will achieve the difference that we need to see in Gaelic-speaking communities across Scotland for the Gaelic language to survive. To make sure that that does, there has to be that support for communities on the ground. And so I still think the position in Amendment 23 is really important. And so at this stage, I do intend to press the amendments. And, Presiding Officer, I move Amendment 13 in my name.
Thank you, Ms Duncan-Clancy. The question is that Amendment 13 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and there will be a suspension to allow members to log in. The question is that Amendment 13 be agreed to, and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Richard Leonard.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. My system wouldn't connect in time, and if it had, I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Leonard. I'll make sure that is recorded. Point of order, Lorna Slater.
My apologies, Presiding Officer. My system wasn't updating and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Slater. I'll ensure that is recorded. Point of order, Faisal Chowdhury.
I'm having some issues with my app. I'm not sure if it's registered.
I can assure you, Mr Chowdhury, your vote was recorded.
Thank you.
And point of order, Alex Cole-Hamilton. Point of order, Ariane Burgess.
My app didn't connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. I'll make sure that is recorded. And the result of the vote on amendment number 13 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 13, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call amendment 14 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 13. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I call amendment 15 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 13. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
Move. The question is that amendment 15 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Richard Leonard.
Apologies, Presiding Officer. My system wouldn't connect again. If it had, I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Leonard. I'll make sure that is recorded. Point of order, Pauline McNeill.
Couldn't connect, Presiding Officer. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms McNeill. I'll make sure that is recorded. And the result of the vote on amendment number 15 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 12, no 93. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 16 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 13. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call amendment 17 in the name of Emma Roddick, already debated with amendment 13. Emma Roddick to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that amendment 17 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call amendment 18 in the name of Emma Roddick, already debated with amendment 13. Emma Roddick to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that amendment 18 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
That is agreed. I call amendment 1 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 13. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call amendment 2 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 13. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that amendment 2 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call amendment 19 in the name of Emma Roddick, already debated with amendment 13. Emma Roddick to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that amendment 19 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call amendment 20 in the name of Emma Roddick, already debated with amendment 13. Emma Roddick to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that amendment 20 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call amendment 21 in the name of Emma Roddick, already debated with amendment 13. Emma Roddick to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that amendment 21 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call amendment 22 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 13. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Question is that amendment 22 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on amendment number 22 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 38, no 68. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 23 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 13. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Question is that amendment 23 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Pauline McNeill.
That was a yes, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr McNeill. I'll make sure that is recorded. And the result of the vote on amendment number 23 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 12, no 94. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 65 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with amendment 13. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. And we move to Group 2, Gaelic language targets. I call amendment 24 in the name of the Deputy First Minister, group with amendments 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 and 30. Deputy First Minister to move amendment 24 and speak to the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The bill requires that we prepare a national Gaelic language strategy and that must set out Ministers' objective in relation to promoting and supporting the use of Gaelic. It's an important ambition, but it's an ambition that needs to be measured against clear and demanding targets for Gaelic, which was a point that was made repeatedly in the Stage 2 debate. Amendments 24 to 26 seek to do that by requiring the National Gaelic Language Strategy to place targets on ministers in relation to promoting and supporting the use of Gaelic. Amendment 29 sets out that the targets may include targets on the number of people with Gaelic language skills, targets on education and training in Gaelic, targets on Gaelic activity in an area designated as an area of linguistic significance. Those categories are intended to be illustrative. They are broad headings under which more detailed, specific targets can be shaped, and they don't prevent other targets being set if it seems useful to do so. Michael Mara's Amendment 30 takes a very similar approach to my Amendment 29. I've hugely appreciated Mr Mara's engagement and commitment on these issues throughout the bill, and I think there's a lot of common ground between us. His amendment and Amendment 29 simply offer two slightly different alternatives on what the targets may relate to, and in the spirit of wishing to show that collaborative approach, I am minded not to move my amendment and instead to support his amendment. Finally, Amendments 27 and 28 require the strategy to set out arrangements for the collection of data in order to allow progress towards meeting the objectives and targets in the strategy to be measured. Without a doubt, we need a national language strategy for Gaelic with clear objectives, and an essential element of that is also having appropriate targets and a means of measuring progress towards meeting those objectives. These amendments relating to targets will ensure that action is taken and progress is measured, and I think if there's one thing that unites us all is that this legislation will be only as useful as the progress it delivers once it passes. Thank you.
And I call Michael Mara to speak to Amendment 30 and other amendments in the group. Mr Mara.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. On these benches, we have been concerned from the outset about the scope of this bill. We do not believe that it is commensurate to the scale of the challenge facing the Gaelic language. Experts have warned that without very significant intervention, Gaelic could cease to exist as a living language in as little as a decade. And where possible, my colleague Pam Duncan-Glancy and I have sought to strengthen the bill, as my amendment in this group seeks to do. I'm glad the Scottish Government now agrees with Scottish Labour that targets definitely do need to be written into this bill, and I would echo the Deputy First Minister's words in terms of her engagement and the very pragmatic and open discussions that we've had to that end. So I do welcome the amendments 24, 25, 26, 27 and 28 in the name of Kate Forbes. But in order for targets to be effective, they do have to be meaningful, and I welcome the Deputy First Minister's decision not to move her own amendment 29. It's the broader amendment like that is a term a number of persons with Gaelic language skills. And we believe that could include someone who has spent a few hours on Duolingo. And that would do nothing to arrest the decline of Gaelic as a living language in traditional Gaelic-speaking areas. If anything, I believe it risks masking a precipitous and potentially terminal decline of Scotland's ancient language. Concerns were raised at Stage 2 about the capacity of Scottish Government to collect relevant data for reporting on Gaelic, including targets. And when I met with the Deputy First Minister in February, her officials supplied a list of data that was already available to the Scottish Government and would not require legislative change. There's also common ground, we believe, in terms of not wishing to impose a great burden on public bodies in this regard, whilst trying to meet our shared ends and making sure that we have a robust set of rules in this place. So the categories proposed in my Amendment 30 are covered by that pre-existing data. Questions in the Scottish Attitudes Survey and Household Survey would help to capture the number of persons using the Gaelic language in households, including the number of children. School figures. The survey of school subject availability and ACE facial data would all help to establish how much education and training is taking place in or through the medium of the Gaelic language. Scottish Government conducting an analysis of economic and social data linked with Gaelic, including from bodies like MG Alba and Highlands and Islands Enterprise, would contribute to an understanding of the number of businesses and other bodies using Gaelic as their main language. The Scottish Government could also do more to compile data on the economic and social impact of Gaelic. MG Alba and others collect and publish data which would paint a picture of activity relating to Gaelic culture. As we do know across a wide range of policy areas under this Government, targets do nothing to guarantee progress. But I do believe they will strengthen this legislation somewhat and keep the focus on the survival of our ancient language. We cannot, Deputy Presiding Officer, wait a decade for another census. There is every chance that that would be too late. So I move Amendment 30 in my name, and I ask all members to support it.
Thank you. I invite the Deputy First Minister to wind up.
All I would say is that I think Amendment 30 captures precisely what we do wish to see in the years to come. Happy to support Mr Mara.
Thank you. Question is Amendment 24 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendments 25, 26, 27 and 28, all in the name of the Deputy First Minister, and all previously debated with Amendment 24. I invite the Deputy First Minister to move Amendments 25 to 28 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 25 to 28? Not. The question is therefore that Amendments 25 to 28 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 29 in the name of the Deputy First Minister, already debated with Amendment 24. Deputy First Minister to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. Call Amendment 30 in the name of Michael Mara, already debated with Amendment 24. Michael Mara to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. Question is that Amendment 30 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. We move to Group 3, Minor and Technical. I call Amendment 31 in the name of the Deputy First Minister. Group with amendments as shown in the groupings. Deputy First Minister to move Amendment 31 and speak to all the amendments in the group.
Presiding Officer, these are all minor corrections. They adjust terminology to ensure consistency throughout the bill. They also reorder sections inserted by amendment at stage 2 so that they follow a more logical order. I'm also happy to support Amendment 59 from Mr Greer, which would make the position on which public authorities must have regard to our language strategies consistent between Gaelic and Scots. I move Amendment 31.
Thank you very much. I call Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 59 and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. At stage 2, I amended the bill to clarify that public bodies who must have regard to the Government's Gaelic language strategy would include the post-16 education bodies, Scottish Rail Holdings and Scottish Water. And as Cabinet Secretary, it says this amendment is simply for the sake of consistency to ensure that these public bodies also have regard to the Scots language strategy.
Thank you. Deputy First Minister, anything to add by way of wind-up?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, the question is that Amendment 31 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. We move to Group 4, Gaelic Language Standards. I call Amendment 32 in the name of Michael Mara. Group with Amendments 33 and 34. Michael Mara to move Amendment 32 and speak to the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My concern and my party's principal concern with this legislation that it is not commensurate to the existential threats facing the Gaelic language. In its Stage 1 report, the Education Committee stated that the Gaelic language is in, and I quote, a perilous state. Simply put, we do not have time to waste. It is 20 years since the Gaelic Language Act passed in 2005. And I fear that in another 20 years there may not be a living Gaelic language left to save. My aim with these amendments is to introduce specific deadlines so that government and other relevant bodies do not lose sight of the urgency of these matters once the legislation has passed. The Scottish Government often takes a very generous approach to its own deadlines, with nebulous targets such as autumn, giving little certainty to Parliament or to the wider public. Deadlines are also allowed to slip, as members of the Finance Committee, which I am a member of, can attest to, given the particularly high number of important financial documents which are overdue. I believe the Government should be transparent, both about what it is trying to achieve and when it expects to achieve those outcomes. Constant shifting of goalposts erodes public trust and wastes time that the Gaelic language can ill afford to be wasted. So my amendments in this group set a deadline of 1 year after the Act comes into force for Scottish ministers to lay draft Gaelic language standards before Parliament. Following discussions subsequent to stage 2 with the Deputy First Minister, I am pleased to have arrived at a compromise with the Scottish Government for these amendments, whilst still maintaining the sense of urgency which is essential to ensure that survival of the Gaelic language. So I move Amendment 32 in my name and ask members to support all the amendments in the group.
Thank you. I now call the Deputy First Minister.
Well, I thank Mr Mara for bringing forward and explaining the importance of these amendments. I agree that these standards are going to be important for many areas of Gaelic activity. In fact, I often think that many of the questions that have been raised over the course of this bill will be answered in the standards. And we need to ensure that they reflect the needs of the speaker community, and as these amendments require, we need to ensure that they are available without delay. So we are happy to agree that prompt action needs to be taken to address the needs of Gaelic-speaking communities, and I'm happy to support them. I am aware that with Amendments 32 and 33, we are back to a bit of a debate between must and may, which Pam Duncan-Glancy introduced in the first section, and I wondered if it would be helpful to explain why we are supportive of Amendments 32 and 33. We are changing must make regulations back to may make regulations, and that's because there's now an obligation to lay the draft regulations within a deadline. And that makes the use of must unnecessary. It's clear that there is a duty because the regulations need to be laid by that deadline. It's also expected that further regulations will need to be made in the future using that provision. And so I just wanted to explain, because I know some members, not Mr Mara, had some questions as to why we were happy to support his amendment, and that is the reason.
Thank you, Michael Mara. To wind up, press or withdraw Amendment 32.
Nothing further, President. I have to press.
The question is that Amendment 32 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 33 in the name of Michael Mara. Already debated with Amendment 32. Michael Mara to move or not move? Moved. Question is that Amendment 33 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. It's agreed. I call Amendment 34 in the name of Michael Mara. Already debated with Amendment 32. Michael Mara to move or not move? Moved. Question is that Amendment 34 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. And we move on to Group 5, reporting on Gaelic language strategy and plans. I call Amendment 35 in the name of Ross Greer. Group with Amendments 36, 37 and 38. Ross Greer to move Amendment 35 and speak to all the amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This bill will deliver new interventions and build on initiatives that are already in place. There will be a national Gaelic language strategy with objectives and targets, and it's important, therefore, that we have in place a clear and effective reporting regime for that. Gaelic is on the edge of extinction as a living language, so we need regular reporting against clear objectives and metrics to know if we are turning this around. Amendment 35, which I move, will amend the requirement for the board reporting. That's the requirement that was inserted into the 2005 Act by Section 8 of this bill. That will be amended so that the board must report on a 2-yearly basis on progress towards meeting the objectives and targets set out in the National Gaelic Language Strategy. I think that strikes the right balance in terms of regularity between not putting too much of an onerous reporting requirement on the body that takes away its capacity to deliver, versus making sure that we have regular reporting on a situation that is genuinely at crisis point. I have 2 further amendments in this group, 36 and 38, and they are proposed for Scottish ministers to lay before Parliament any report about a public authority's failure to implement its Gaelic language plans. That's a failure in a public body in its statutory duties as of the statutory duties that this bill will create. So they're there to ensure transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Deputy First Minister to speak to Amendment 37 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I agree with Mr Greer that reporting is necessary, and I also agree with him that 2 years feels about right. It's an important part of the policy process. It shows us where progress has been made, where new interventions need to be considered, and that will provide a clear message to the Scottish Government, the Parliament and relevant public authorities. I also believe that this amendment again demonstrates the important links between varied provisions of the bill. The implementation is important, but in the bill we have a strong package of mutually supportive measures for the future support and promotion of Gaelic, and so on that basis we're happy to support amendments 35, 36 and 38. Under Section 6 of the 2005 Act, as amended at Stage 2, Bord na Gaelic can report to ministers on a lack of compliance by a public authority with its Gaelic language plan. And if they accept the board's conclusion, ministers must direct the authority to implement the measures in its plan. So Amendment 37 adjusts our ministers' direction-making powers so that they need only make a direction of this kind if they consider it necessary or expedient to do so. And that is to provide some necessary flexibility here, since the direction would be a power of last resort, even if the board's conclusion is accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ross Greer to wind up. Press or withdraw Amendment 35. Mr Greer.
Nothing further to add. I'll be pressing the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 35 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call Amendment 36 in the name of Ross Greer. Already debated with Amendment 35. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 36 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 37 in the name of the Deputy First Minister. Already debated with Amendment 35. Deputy First Minister to move formally.
Moved.
Question is that Amendment 37 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 38 in the name of Ross Greer. Already debated with Amendment 35. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that Amendment 38 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendments 39, 40, 41 and 42. All in the name of the Deputy First Minister and all previously debated with Amendment 31. I invite the Deputy First Minister to move Amendments 39 to 42 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 39 to 42? No. The question is therefore Amendments 39 to 42 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. We move to Group 6, Education Material in Gaelic and Scots. I call Amendment 43 in the name of Ross Greer, grouped with Amendments 44, 3, 62, 63 and 64. Ross Greer to move Amendment 43 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think this is my longest set of speaking notes, but it should still only come to a couple of minutes. Gaelic medium education is a crucial part of the survival of the language, and over recent years the value of GME and bilingualism has been increasingly recognised by parents, but the provision of teaching resources hasn't kept pace with demand. All teachers in Scotland are struggling with workload pressures, but GME teachers have the additional pressure of often having to translate the resources that they need to deliver education in their classrooms. I think that work should be done at the centre rather than by classroom teachers across the country who are very often reinventing the wheel on top of all their other duties. So the aim of these amendments is to reduce and ultimately eliminate any deficit in the resources available when compared to English language teaching resources. Resources for Scots also need attention, so the language of home and community can become the language of the classroom. So Amendment 43 places a duty on ministers to promote, facilitate and support the provision of adequate education resources in Gaelic for use in school education by teachers and pupils. So this is a general duty. It will ensure that consideration of resources is embedded across the education system. Amendment 44 is a specific duty on Scottish ministers to consider whether to produce information, guidance or documents for use in schools in Gaelic when they're producing them in English. And in practice, what we're talking about here is Education Scotland as the relevant executive agency. This amendment also requires ministers to consider producing in Gaelic something which they've already produced in English, where they're requested to do so by an education authority. Councils are best placed to know which materials will be most beneficial in the classrooms in their area, and they can target those requests accordingly. Members will note that, as with the amendment I brought forward at stage 2, this is a requirement to consider translation rather than an absolute requirement to translate in all cases. This is to recognise that there may be some resources which are of no relevance to GME education because, for instance, they relate to supplementary resources for specific subjects or qualifications which are not yet available through GME. If the primary resource, the primary subject, isn't available in GME, there would be no need to translate the supplementary resources. I would hope that statutory guidance on GME could set out in further detail where translation may or may not be relevant, so that authorities have confidence in when translations will be produced. This amendment is designed to strike the right balance of creating that mechanism but not being too onerous or prescriptive. Guidance can add to that. Amendment 44 also places a duty on ministers to keep the adequacy of Gaelic resources for school education under review, requiring them to prepare and publish reports setting out the steps that are necessary to address issues identified by the review, and this will ensure a process of continuous improvement. Amendments 62, 63 and 64 achieve all the same aims for Scots. The quality and availability of resources and support for teachers and pupils are core elements of learning and teaching, and I think these amendments taken together will bring improvements and make a real difference to young people and teachers in Gaelic medium education in particular, but also those who are learning in Scots. So I move Amendment 43.
Thank you. I now call Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 3 and the other amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. An important area for the progress in the development of the Gaelic medium education is continuity and more young people progressing from primary to broad general education and on to the senior phase. It is vital that young people are empowered to continue their Gaelic learning throughout their school career and beyond school, and to use their Gaelic skills in training and employment. My amendment number 3 will contribute to this ambition by ensuring an appropriate number and range of qualifications are available through the medium of Gaelic. New section 16B, which is introduced into the Education Scotland Act 2016 by this amendment, places a duty on the Scottish Qualifications Authority to ensure that its qualifications include an appropriate number and range of qualifications available in Gaelic. In deciding what is an appropriate number and range of qualifications, the SQA must seek advice from ministers, Board na Gaelic and others with an interest and expertise. This amendment also places a duty on the SQA through new section 16C to ensure that appropriate material is available in the Gaelic language. This applies where the SQA produces information, guidance or documents in the English language for use in connection with qualifications it has devised, and requires that equivalent Gaelic versions must be produced where the relevant qualification is available in Gaelic. And this is something that the Gaelic School in Glasgow, for example, has said would be hugely beneficial to them and their learners. Translation of such material must be produced on request from the Scottish ministers, ensuring that there is a mechanism for all relevant material to be translated. This will mean that young people who are learning through the medium of Gaelic are not disadvantaged compared to their English medium counterparts. And just a point, Presiding Officer, members will have noticed that these amendments place duties on the SQA, which the new Education Bill proposes to replace with a qualifications body, a matter that I'm sure we'll debate at great length in due course. I understand that the procedure here will be that whilst my amendment reflects the current position, should the Education Bill pass, references to the SQA will be replaced as part of the implementation of the Education Bill, just to reassure members that this would stand the test of time should that bill pass. There are, of course, various ways in which the bill strengthens the support for Gaelic medium education, and I also welcome the amendments proposed by Ross Greer in this area. I'd like to commend the many authorities that have made good progress with Gaelic medium education, and I believe that my amendment will strengthen Gaelic medium education continuity and the pathway for young people to secure Gaelic qualifications and continue their use of Gaelic throughout their educational journey, and I move Amendment 3.
Thank you. And I call on the Deputy First Minister.
Well, I thank Ross Greer for bringing forward and explaining his amendments. He talked about the pressures on classroom teachers. Of course, in my youth, it was the pressures on parents, all of whom took home English materials and got labels out to put the Gaelic on top. So that was how I was educated at primary school. At all stages, early years, primary and secondary, we need to ensure young people and teachers have access to attractive, high-quality Gaelic and Scots resources. It's not so long ago that there was a lack of good quality resources specifically produced for Gaelic medium classes. There have been improvements, but there's still some way to go. So I think these amendments support that progress being made. I'm also happy to agree to a review duty to ensure that we continue to move forward in supporting teachers and young people, and I'll certainly look at how statutory guidance can assist with illustrating the scope of the duty to translate. I massively appreciate and commend the work that bodies such as Storlan, Scots House and Yaldi Books have done over the years. So we're happy to support amendments 43, 44, 62, 63 and 64. In terms of Pam Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 3, these are important amendments. We need to see Gaelic medium education strengthened at secondary and especially at the senior phase. That's been a strong point of feedback throughout my consultation conversations. So these amendments will strengthen the pathway from school to training and studying onto the world of work. And those amendments are welcome and an important contribution. SQA, for example, currently make National 5 higher and advanced higher papers through the medium of Gaelic in a specific range of subjects. subjects like craniolus, geography, iachtry, history, nuachiolus, modern studies and mathematics. And this provision would ensure for those subjects or any subjects offered in the future through the medium of Gaelic that core documents like course specifications and supporting documentation prepared for pupils or teachers would also be provided in Gaelic. I confirm that the member's understanding is correct. The Scottish Government will ensure that the duty, if approved, is appropriately carried forward and placed on the successor body to the SQA as part of the implementation of the Education Bill. So I'm happy to support Amendment 3.
Thank you. Call Ross Greer to wind up and press to withdraw Amendment 43. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Nothing further to add other than welcoming the consensus on this issue.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 43 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 44 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 43. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 44 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 3 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 43. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 3 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. We move to Group 7, Gaelic Medium Education Requests. I call Amendment 11 in the name of Miles Briggs. Group with Amendment 12. Miles Briggs to move Amendment 11 and speak to both amendments.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to have worked with the Deputy First Minister to bring forward these amendments to change the process whereby requests can be considered for access to Gaelic medium education. I've also welcomed the opportunity to work with this on this with the wider process, and I'm grateful for the advice which they have given me. Amendment 11 makes key changes to the process which was established by the Education Scotland Act of 2016. I'll go on to explain some of the detail, but broadly speaking, the amendment simplifies the process both for parents and for local authorities. It extends the request process to parties not previously included, and it means that a request can be made not just for Gaelic medium primary education but also for Gaelic medium early learning as well. Whilst the Gaelic community welcomed the introduction of the 2016 Act process, some concerns have emerged over the years with how it works in practice. There are two key issues. Firstly, the parental request must be accompanied by evidence that there is demand for GME from other parents of children in the same year group. This can be hard for parents not only to source but also for them to have to administer. Secondly, the assessment is in two stages: an initial assessment, which proceeds to a full assessment only if there is evidence of demand from at least 5 children. Parents have found these two stages of the process frustrating, and the threshold of 5 children may not be appropriate for many geographical areas. My amendment, therefore, proposes a single-stage assessment process. It removes the requirement for parents to provide that evidence of demand for GME from other children and their parents, and is therefore for the local authority to consider the wider demand in their local area. Going through the process, it starts with a request to the Education Authority at stage 2. I was pleased to support the Scottish Government's amendment to introduce a process for requests of all Gaelic schools. In Amendment 11, I've extended the right to make requests to Common and Parent and also the Board in Gaelic to bring it into line with all Gaelic school request processes. A request can be made to assess the need for Gaelic medium primary education or Gaelic medium early learning. The authority must designate a relevant assessment area and must consider its provision of Gaelic medium education and the level of demand in that area. The authority must then make an assessment of the need for Gaelic medium education. As is the case under the current full assessment process, there are various considerations for the authority to take into account in the making of a decision. For example, the availability of premises and also staffing. The authority must also publicise arrangements for parents, children and others with expertise and interest to make representations, and this must take those representations into account when taking forward a decision. The authority must also decide to secure the provision of GMP and GME early learning in the designated areas, unless having regard to these considerations it would be unreasonable to do so. Again, this wording is maintained from the existing full assessment procedure. Because my Amendment 11 now incorporates the changes which were previously made to the process by Section 23 of the Bill, Amendment 12 will completely remove this section as it's no longer required. I am confident that Amendment 11 does now address the practical issues raised by parents and the Gaelic community, and is an improvement on the process and the current process which many parents have been frustrated with. I hope and expect that it will be able to contribute to the growth of Gaelic medium education as a recognised and successful sector in our Scottish education system, and I move Amendment 11 in my name.
Thank you. I now call the Deputy First Minister.
Well, I thank Miles Briggs for these amendments because with the amendments I introduced at stage 2 to introduce a process for requests for local authorities to consider establishing an all-Gaelic school in an area, I think we have now with Miles Briggs' amendments and the amendments I introduced at stage 2, we will have 2 robust pathways in place. The process for requesting the provision of Gaelic medium education, which Miles Briggs' amendments here do so much to clarify and improve, and the process for requesting the establishment of an all-Gaelic school, which I introduced at stage 2. The 2 processes are consistent while still recognising the different factors involved for education authorities, but together they allow for the sustainable development and growth of Gaelic medium education in an area. And having said at the outset that I thought our first group of areas of linguistic significance was one of the most critical parts of the bill, I would also say that this is one of the most radical parts of the bill because it responds to consistent concern expressed by parents for how to ensure that they have access to Gaelic medium education.
Thank you. I invite Miles Briggs to wind up press with Amendment 11.
Nothing further to add and moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 11 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. We move to Group 8, All Gaelic Schools Requests. I call Amendment 45 in the name of Ross Greer, group with Amendments 46, 47, 48 and 49. Ross Greer to move Amendment 45 and speak to all the amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you. Move Amendment 45. At stage 2, we added a process for parents and carers to request that councils assess whether GME could be provided locally, as we've just heard. Miles Briggs did much of the work on this. At that point, I flagged that the language that we passed in that amendment only gave this option to parents of school-age children, when the biggest value would be for parents of preschool children to be able to make such a request. It would be far better for a child to start in GME from primary 1, or even better from nursery, than to have them start in an English medium school only to move a few years later once the GME school is open. So these amendments extend the ability to make this request to the parents and carers of preschool children. They extend the consultation requirement as well to include children and parents of children who are resident in, not just attending schools in the authority area. So again, including preschool children and their families as well. I should also mention, given that I raised it at stage 2, that the definition of parent used in these provisions is the definition in the Education Scotland Act of 1980, which includes guardians and others with parental responsibilities and carers. The aim of these amendments is to have an open process in which those with an interest can make a request, have their request assessed and make representation. All Gaelic schools are good for Gaelic, they're good for Scottish education overall, and these amendments will give more parents and more children the opportunity to have access to this process. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the Deputy First Minister.
Well, these amendments are important off the back of my own stage 2 amendments to introduce the process for requesting all Gaelic schools assessments, and I'm very happy to support Ross Greer's amendments from 45 to 49. The importance for minority languages of having a separate space from the dominant language is well recognised in language planning terms, and for school settings that can assist with fluency, confidence and a whole school ethos around Gaelic. And so in order to support delivery of this, I welcome Ross Greer's amendments to ensure that there is wide access for parents and children to this process, and I strongly agree with many of his remarks. Thanks.
Thank you. I call on Ross Greer to wind up. Press to withdraw Amendment 45. Mr Greer.
Nothing further to add. I'll be pressing the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 45 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendments 46, 47, 48 and 49, all in the name of Ross Greer and all previously debated with Amendment 45. I invite Ross Greer to move Amendments 46 to 49 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 46 to 49? No member objects. Therefore, the question is that Amendments 46 to 49 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 12 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 11. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 12 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. Move to Group 8, Savomor Orstig. 9, sorry, yes. Call Amendment 4 in the name of Willie Rennie, group with Amendments 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Willie Rennie to move Amendment 4 and speak to all the amendments in the group. Mr Rennie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Salmarostig is one of our national institutions that should be valued, protected and supported. SMO is clearly important for the Gaelic language at home, but it also has an international reputation. In addition, it is significant for education, culture and economic regeneration in an area of low population. Discussions about the status of Salmarostig have been taking place for some time, some would say for too long. And I believe that the review that was committed to at stage 2 of this bill is necessary and will provide all parties involved with the information needed to make the necessary decisions. Both the future status and funding of SMO will be central to this review, and I look forward to this review being commissioned and its recommendations. Salmarostig has always been a place of commitment and ambition, and we need to take steps to protect and sustain its important contribution and independent status. My amendments in this group strengthen the position from stage 2 by placing a duty on ministers to take appropriate action to support the development of Salmarostig as the national centre for Gaelic language, education and culture in Scotland. That is Amendment 4. They clarify that it is in exercising that duty that they must conduct the review. They specify what the review must consider, including SMO's funding and the question of whether it should be designated as a higher education institution in its own right. And they set out that the new duty in Amendment 4 is complied with by ministers taking the actions to support the development of SMO, which are set out in the report on the review to bring legal clarity. Ross Greer and myself had slightly competing amendments at stage 2. I wanted to move straight forward to the small specialist higher education institution. Ross was more in favour of a more considered approach to review the evidence and reach a conclusion. Both were consistent in many ways, and that's what we've tried to do through discussions with the Minister, her officials, but also Ross Greer himself. There were some concerns about what the small specialist higher education institution would mean for Salmarostig and whether it would actually enhance its funding arrangements, for instance. But what we are trying to achieve with this amendment, I believe, through the review, is actually moving towards greater freedom, enhanced support, the partnership that will be required between the various institutions. But there is no doubt that we need to bring benefits to Salmarostig to secure it in the future. So my new amendments today bring the two amendments from stage 2 together. I think everybody is quite content from what I can gather. Salmarostig are content with this review process being strengthened. The Deputy First Minister, I believe, is content. Even the Higher Education Minister, Graham Day, is content, which is quite a rare thing to happen. So I think we should grasp this opportunity and support my amendments this afternoon, and I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you, and I call the Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank Willie Rennie for bringing forward these amendments, and he explains the benefits and the reasons behind them well. Salmarostig makes a contribution on so many levels, and I am conscious that the Principal is in the gallery, not to totally mortify her right now, but Gillian Munro is in the gallery, and I think that reflects the value that Salmarostig places on the debate and the cross-party support of MSPs. And I'm delighted that there has been that cross-party support and the recognition of the importance of Salmarostig. It has a significant history in terms of its economic contribution for the development and repopulation of the Slate Peninsula. It's important, in fact vital, for Gaelic for Gaelic adult learning, for Gaelic teacher education, for professional learning, and these are all things that we want to encourage and promote. And so I welcome this duty on ministers and the matters that the review must consider. I want to be clear that there is an expectation that that review moves at speed, that it has some pace behind it, that other public bodies are able to provide the support as necessary and to get to that point of clarity on the next action. So I'm very happy to support Willie Rennie's amendments, very grateful for the work that Ross Greer did at stage 2 as well, and I will happily take an amendment.
I'm not
intervention.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for that indication, but I think both the legislation team and members across the chamber will be slightly concerned if I was about to lodge or draft any further amendments to the legislation. I just wanted to make the point that I think in Willie Rennie's amendments to the bill here are important amendments for the college. One of the issues that we know about was the impetus to try and get more housing around the college to support members who work there but also who learn there. And that hasn't always had the impact that it should have had in terms of Gaelic speakers' access to the college or the surrounding area. And so I wonder whether the Deputy First Minister could put on the record whether she considers that this is something that, as part of the amendments that Willie Rennie and the review that is proposed in these amendments, if this is something that the Government will consider.
Deputy First Minister.
Well, I've long been very supportive of Solomon Rustig's vision for, as I said in my remarks, for developing the Slate Peninsula, but also supporting repopulation, and repopulation depends on housing, and Solomon Rustig have taken a lead in terms of the provision of housing. Whilst not necessarily specifically referenced in these amendments, I would encourage members to look at how the areas of linguistic significance provisions could also be used to support the provision of housing in particular communities. And I think the combination of a strong, resilient, Gaelic-oriented Solomon Rustig with the provisions that we can take forward through the areas of linguistic significance to support the community, and also to put in train the recommendations of the Short Life Working Group on economic and social opportunities for Gaelic. If you take those 3 areas together, then I think you have a very healthy package of support for communities, including the provision of new housing.
Thank you. And I'll call Willie Rennie to wind up. Press to withdraw Amendment 4. Mr Rennie.
I too am delighted that Gillian Munro's in the gallery today, because actually she's a very modest but determined woman to make sure that this happens, and I think she's right to do so, because I think the vision that the Minister has set out is a very positive vision, bringing different parts of the strategy together, with Salma Rustig an important part of that process. So I'm pleased to hear the Deputy First Minister say these things, because I hope the people who are conducting the review hear the words, not just of myself, but of those at stage 2 from Ross Greer and Pam Duncan-Glancy this afternoon, and they understand that this review must be conducted with pace, and the conclusion, we hope, is positive in the way that I think I would like to see, because it is important that we enhance the role of Salma Rustig to make it an important part of the vision that the Minister set out.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is agreed. I call Amendments 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10, all in the name of Willie Rennie, and all previously debated with Amendment 4. Willie Rennie to move the Amendments 5 to 10 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 5 to 10? No. Therefore, the question is that Amendments 5 to 10 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is agreed. I call Amendments 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56 and 57, all in the name of the Deputy First Minister, and all previously debated with Amendment 31. I invite Deputy First Minister to move Amendments 50 to 57 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 50 to 57? No. The question is therefore that Amendments 50 to 57 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is agreed. We move to Group 10, Equal Respect for Scots Language. I call Amendment 58 in the name of Ross Greer, grouped with Amendment 60. Ross Greer to move Amendment 58 and speak to both amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I brought these amendments to mirror for Scots the changes that I made at stage 2 to make clear that when ministers are preparing the National Gaelic Language Strategy and guidance, that they must have regard to the principle of equal respect for Gaelic, the principle of equal respect to English. I believe that principle should apply to Scots as well, but I am aware of concerns from other members that this may go further than they are necessarily comfortable with, or that it could have unintended consequences. So to me, the significance of this bill for Scots comes primarily from the fact that it will be recognised in law for the first time. And that recognition being a unanimous one by Parliament is important. It's certainly important to me. So in order to preserve that unanimity, I won't be moving these amendments, though I would ask the Cabinet Secretary to commit that the Scots language strategy will be ambitious and will seek to undo the centuries of denigration which have led to millions of children and adults across this country being embarrassed of how they speak because society has convinced them that it isn't proper. I hope we can one day embed the principle of equal respect in law, but for the sake of unanimity at this point, a commitment from the Cabinet Secretary, if forthcoming, in relation to the guidance would be enough. Thank you.
Deputy First Minister.
Well, I totally understand the sentiment behind Ross Greer's amendments, and we have all heard damaging and derogatory comments about Gaelic and Scots language, and I always find it quite ironic because I know Gaelic speakers and Scots speakers who vote for probably every party in this Parliament, and that reflects the value and importance of all citizens in Scotland, irrespective of what language they speak. These amendments do require Scottish ministers to have regard to the principle of equal respect in preparing the strategy and guidance, but I can be unequivocal with the member that I do commit to an ambitious strategy, one that is built from the ground up, in other words, that is based on consulting with partner groups and with MSPs across the Chamber to deliver the end goal that Ross Greer has outlined.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. And I call Ross Greer to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 58.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I appreciate the Cabinet Secretary's remarks, and I hope they will be able to return and embed the principle of equal respect into law at some point soon. But for the sake of unanimity around this bill as a whole, which I do consider to be important, I'll be withdrawing.
Thank you, Mr Greer. Ross Greer seeks to withdraw Amendment 58. Does any member object? No member objects. Amendment 58 is therefore withdrawn. I call Amendment 59 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 31. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
To move. The question is that Amendment 59 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment... The Parliament is not agreed. Thank you. I just heard that, some muttering to my left there. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division, and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Nicola Sturgeon.
My app wouldn't connect. I'd have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms. Sturgeon. Your vote will be recorded. Point of order, Brian Whittle.
My app wasn't connected. I would have voted yes, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Whittle. Your vote will be recorded. Point of order, Jenny Gilruth.
Point of order, Presiding Officer. My app wouldn't connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you. Ms Gilruth, your vote will be recorded. Point of order, Christine Graham.
Yes, I'm in a similar position. It's still not connecting. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Graham. Your vote will be recorded. Point of order, David Torrance.
My app couldn't connect. I would have voted yes, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Torrance. Your vote will be recorded. Point of order, Rachel Hamilton.
I would have voted yes. Tech issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms Hamilton. Your vote will be recorded. Point of order, Claire Adamson.
Thank you, Mr Presiding Officer. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Adamson. Your vote will be recorded. Point of order, Jim Fairley. Could we have Mr Fairley's microphone? And Mr Fairley, could you do that again, please?
Yeah, I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Fairley. Your vote will be recorded. Is that anybody online? And nobody online for Bruce?
Haven't got anybody else.
Okay.
I'm just going to look a bit generous with time.
That's okay. The result of the vote on amendment number 59 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 83, no 15. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 60 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with amendment 58. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not move.
Not moved. I call amendment 61 in the name of the Deputy First Minister, already debated with amendment 31. Deputy First Minister to move formally?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 61 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 62 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 43. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 62 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is agreed. I call Amendment 63 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 43. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 63 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Claire Adamson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My application wouldn't connect, so I would have voted yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Adamson. Your vote will be recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 63 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 91, no 13. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 64 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with amendment 43. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that amendment 64 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Bill Kidd.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's telling me here that I have not voted. I did vote and I voted yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Kidd. Your vote will be recorded. Point of order, Colin Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I couldn't connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Smith. Your vote will be recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 64 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 91, no 12. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. And that ends... excuse me, we're just checking that. Thank you. We'll get back to the result of the vote in a minute. Okay, for the avoidance of doubt, I'll just repeat that. The result of the vote on amendment number 64 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 91, no 12. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. And that ends stage 3 consideration of amendments. What I would say at this point is that, as members will be aware, the presiding officer is required, under standing orders, to decide whether or not, in her view, any provision of a bill relates to a protected subject matter. That is, whether it modifies the electoral system and franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of this bill, in her view, no provision of the Scottish Languages Bill relates to a protected subject matter. Therefore, the bill does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. And at this point, I will suspend for 5 minutes for a comfort break. Thank you. Thank you. We will now resume business. And the next item of business is a debate on motion 17966 in the name of Kate Forbes on Scottish Languages Bill at Stage 3. I would invite those members who would wish to speak in the debate to please press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Deputy First Minister to speak to and to move the motion up to 7 minutes, please.
Moran Tang. Saun tro jallig bile nen canon albanach ur a horste rurst a hoshichin process parliament shaw. Chai hurin keel gu folishach gre ar namas a violenting nen kimen in lishin jeg aumri chach nas cheerantje a cruachach de Gaelic agus albish. Hashin jo urtish coshin a yunsi a yalishin. Hashin 4 vochel na chai seo exersich a huas a vain ri rielig nen canon. Hashin son kemenen a gal a ver bui clachach nen canon an een dachien a vies gan njarstichach sa koersnach agus sanatje oprach. Chai in bille seo a jespet ag imidach ire et er jellichtje. Na mesk, na hierin jespet koersnach, ko cornia armel, lesachach policy, agus in skudach is aardigach a rein a farlamit seo. Ha in bille a vi in njarstichach a gach ire ska nan jespetin seo. Se gialian sullier agus ard amasach a va coolav a villa seo. Le vi a goper as le Gaelic agus alabish, hashin in coni a tokal agus a cud rish na gnievin a chai a chud in saas le dunje roin. Fémer a vi a ganjachach a villa seo agus kemen in ille mar farst rietenach gen a vi a carig a chron a gulling na canon an een liensjen na straie. Se seo a hiet a chai alabish a corachach an een ruchgus. Se vies me hierig ha me tuil a cherif skol Gaelic a haas an aark de glasachu agus in skol Gaelic a ha a sheer fast an een innernish. Ha mi vi in saas an een Korean man haich a ver Gaelic don economy an een skieren kugelach. Hier Koren urtish agus leis a villa seo ní sin cínseach gan len intartas sin. Ha sin éisteach. Ha sin gáil rí beachgan van choirsnach. Ha jespedin man villa seo nochga charis na cynnevinacham le luch choirsnach agus le mescachach je bhíon in Gaelic agus alabish. Ha sin buanach ein vo vi a córach rí beil farlamich agus fáilte a chud rí mollion nan bail parliament. Rin viachsa ha bile parliament aking a ha a ruchgach luch in seomar seo ulle geléir. Ha sin máchel je horian a chunta slui me dhéirich. Siad seo over son dóchas, misneach agus dúlan. Mar is afiste le Gaelic agus alabish han tuavas oprach roin agus an bille seo a tors jein in commas agus na dóin an san chéid urtas a bharach a chosin. Ha cuachgan úras a villa seo ag a bhfuil bui áitichen a ha riatanach rí lesachach na Gaelic agus na halabish. A hu viúnsachach, chai cémanan a lenting gus corim na sear a hors do gúne fölum travíon na Gaelic agus gus gurisan fölum a lesachach do Galabish san teomar scoile. A hu coirsnach, héid cuachgan a chud an saas gus córachach is taich a hors do skieren ag a bhfuil cialchan cútramach don Gaelic agus gus taich a hors gaifsan a haar furach is a goper sna skieren seo. Amsan ro injelach agus na bun injevin a ha in bille a curir urst, bí sin a míneachach na príomhachas an aking agus na targetchen an bí sin a gamas. Han bille seo a torstesteach cuachgan gus skieren caning sáritje a córachach. Se mian a ville gur proses córachi rút a ver cuach de choirsnach gan Gaelic agus gan bí skieren caning sáritje a cur taich grí cémanan practicach. Mar éisimpler, a bhí a torst seachad servisin trávíon na Gaelic agus solar na sear son fölum Gaelic rus an buring údarasan il inadal déalaigh mar príomhachas. In leib y vile seo, ha mesgachwch je cwchgan son ffyrlym, trofian y gaelig, cwchgan gus njarstachwch mar a heig arish policy yn canon, agus fiegin cwrys glestanis ministerin ro injalochgan agus bún injavin steachwch. Sied seo cwchgan ure agus bied ga ianw nas comisach tulwch urtis cosin. Heg arachwch as vile seo. Ha sin frickerst na dúlan ag ire hún. Chai barach ergid a haskig. Ha sin shalting na chai seo gírach bíle saulchal. Chur sin anje ri príomh dragan a hu fölum galig. Ha sin príomhachas in horst a gníomhan coirsnach agus öntachach gewel féim targetin ard amasach. I will.
Dr. Ross.
The Deputy First Minister for giving way, and she's speaking about the investment that comes with this bill. Does she accept, or how does she reflect on previous investment with the Gaelic language? And I think about police cars and uniforms being labelled with both the language of Scotland and Gaelic. Could that investment have been put into Gaelic services that we are seeing now years ago, rather than symbolic on police cars and uniforms? And would that have been a better spend of that money?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, hantiana gorm gewel baul feinach me carichin is rut mar sin cari is jay budget far vel barach erget gleer sonne Gaelic barach na 3 million not 2 million not varach na vaans budget son Gaelic agus biesekesin na gelne rutin sin salchel gewel kutremach gewel sine feichting in kanen aking heen gewel sine Kieshin mar ha hol dunje ile agus gewel kutremach gewel kormen dunje gewel Gaelic wie furach agus klachige Gaelic fat na hunje Alistair.
Alistair Allen.
Taple wil les die Ministerial guntig nach hele jidag gen of kiel gewel dunje ga aungwa magra nach hele nugi na Gaelic ach jidag gewel nugi Gaelic eichen.
Well, I'm experiencing gewel tor dunje in canon maar Gaelic agus alabish ik heb gaan haal ha dunje ha voetiger zo'n party in lee gewel Gaelic agus gewel alabish agus ha kutremach gewel sin ruggig dunje am gach farty gewel in canon agus maravel dunje aan een alpe a torch teich gan canon aking heen. Haniel duich bi ille dolvi teikel rish in canon aking heen. Ha mi spunging na gel mora an unia akem Irakel so a kutremach gewel shmi jurach dolle chummel orm. Biem bille shaw lesh na harichen agus na skrivenen kutremach alenis. Torskein frame oprach a machine gus urtis varach choshin de Gaelic agus alabish. Bí cuachgan a bhile gopad cála di chéile agus fémi focus inis a bhí búlchach a bhile agus a bhí deanú an aim as móa as na cuachgan úra seo mór an tain.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. Can I just double check that the Deputy First Minister moved the motion?
I didn't, but I move it now.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. I now call in Miles Briggs to open on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I start by thanking the many individuals and organisations who've engaged with me on the bill, and also to the Deputy First Minister and our officials for that positive engagement as well. I joined the Education Committee last October, and so very much have come late to the party in relation to this bill. However, I hope that the amendments achieved to simplify Gaelic medium education requests and some of the other measures in the bill will provide a strong framework which will ultimately help develop future pathways to learn to speak Gaelic, and especially for the young speakers of tomorrow. After 25 years of the Scottish Parliament being in existence, I do not think that we can look back and see the progress that many of us would have liked to see made, not only to protect but also to develop the language. There have been some positive developments, but we need to be honest that the language continues to be extremely vulnerable and must be nurtured if it is to survive and thrive. 20 years after the Gaelic Language Scotland Act we must take stock on how the policy frameworks, including the Gaelic language plans, the Gaelic medium education, and initiatives to raise the profile of Gaelic in various sectors have not been achieved, and the outcomes which we had all hoped they would in previous parliaments have not been reached. And I very much associate myself with the remarks of Michael Mara in relation to targets and the ability for us to judge where progress is needed and also where resources need to be focused. For example, if we look at Wales and the example they have set, and I do acknowledge when I have raised this, they have been more proactive in this space since the 1930s in protecting the Welsh language, but significant progress has been made there to protect and develop the language, including in terms of the target which the Welsh Assembly Parliament are now setting, and that is a target of 1 million Welsh speakers by 2050. As well as other targets in relation to the use of their language. The Welsh Bill also establishes a statutory body, the National Welsh Language Learning Institute, and I very much welcome the amendments in Willie Rennie's name in relation to Salma Rostig. Having visited many years ago with Liz Smith, I was hugely impressed with the work the institution were undertaking. There can be probably no better view outside a lecture theatre as well, perhaps only here in the capital, but I hope the opportunity which is now in the bill for the institution to move forward as a national centre for Gaelic language education and culture can be secured as soon as possible. And I hope that we will see the positive progress around that, which the Deputy First Minister has clearly outlined that she wants to see progress made as soon as is possible. And I'm pleased to have managed to work cross-party to take forward amendments in relation to Gaelic medium education and how we can simplify the process for parents and carers to request GME, and for local authorities to then be able to accommodate and take these requests forward is important. I fully acknowledge the financial pressures facing our councils, but it is important if we are going to save the Gaelic language and improve uptake of speakers, that this is taken forward. And I very much welcome the positive work which I've been able to take forward with government, but also campaigners. And I'd like to also thank Wilson MacLeod and Dr Gillian Munro, who are here today, for their help and support to take forward these amendments, and the work which they have done over many years to support and promote Gaelic medium education. Future pathways to speak and learn Gaelic are now part of this bill, and I hope they will succeed where we haven't seen that pick up. Deputy Presiding Officer, the development of areas of linguistic significance, I hope, has the potential to not only stabilise the language, but also to help create a positive localised environment to give people the confidence to use their language and further develop structures around speakers. On a visit to South Uist with the Social Justice Committee to Knock Solier, I saw firsthand how the community hub can help promote and celebrate the community's Gaelic culture, heritage, but also provide that multi-generational learning space to save and take forward the language. And I think that provides a great vision of how public and private sectors can come together to take forward some of the policy work as well. In the coming years, it is clear that we will continue to face financial pressures, but I hope that we have a cross-party understanding that resources should rightly be focused on how to make the most progress to stabilise and grow the language in areas where it is more widely spoken. Of 20% we have put within the bill. And these areas of linguistic significance will therefore be important to see where the language is being developed. To conclude, Deputy Presiding Officer, Scottish Conservatives have a long and proud record of supporting the Gaelic language, from the positive reforms of the major government back in the late 1990s to present times. And I would also put on record the contribution made by a number of my colleagues, both past and present, Liz Smith and Donald Cameron, Ted Brocklebank and Sir Jamie McGrigor, who have had long time and long distinguished contribution to supporting the Gaelic language in Parliament. This bill is, though, not going to turn around the decline in the language alone, but I hope the overall policy aims to increase the use and the opportunities to learn Gaelic will ensure a vibrant part of Scotland's cultural landscape for future generations to come. And we can all look back at this point as an opportunity to take forward the language. And we will be supporting the motion at decision time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Briggs. I now call on Michael Mara to open on behalf of Scottish Labour. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's now 20 years since the first Gaelic Language Act was passed in 2005. And the vital question for all of us today is, where will the Gaelic language be in 20 years' time? Research by academics at the University of the Highlands and Islands, published in 2020 as The Gaelic Crisis in the Vernacular Community, revealed some very stark findings. The social use of Gaelic within communities is, I quote, at the point of collapse. The decline in Gaelic speakers is steepest amongst young people, the majority of whom are not using Gaelic socially or in the home. Without changes to policy and intervention at community level, they warn that the present Gaelic vernacular community will not survive beyond the next decade. And that was 5 years ago. Time is clearly running out. I've genuinely appreciated the collegiate nature of the Deputy First Minister's approach since she took over this bill. Various members have said to me that with her far greater and longer knowledge than I have of this policy area, there is a desire to maintain a consensus approach to Gaelic that's underpinned previous laws. And I think that is represented in some of this approach. We should certainly not risk prevalent culture wars and use Gaelic culture and Gaelic language as part of that and the politicisation of it. But I do have a genuine concern, a very genuine concern across our party, that a cosy consensus is simply not working, that we are continuing to go in the wrong direction. So we were disappointed that in the face of this existential crisis for Scotland's ancient language, the SNP government chose to bring a very narrowly drawn education-focused bill, and I've expressed that to the Deputy First Minister. Of course, education is important for the survival of Gaelic. Yes, it is. But it is not the principal means by which the language will be saved, or where the changes are required. The underlying reasons for the decline in Gaelic speakers, particularly among younger generations, are not in the excellent teaching found in Stornoway, nor in Gaelic medium education schools in Glasgow or Edinburgh. The principal issues that endanger Gaelic are principally economic and social. Young people grow up in traditional Gaelic-speaking areas, but then find there are not enough homes, not enough well-paid jobs, or reliable ferries or roads for them to build lives for themselves in their communities. Instead, they leave for opportunities in urban areas, whether in Scotland or further afield, far from the Gaelic heartlines and increasingly unlikely to return. These are the issues that we should be tackling as a Parliament and I hope as a government. But all of those issues are out scope of the bill. Scottish Labour's 2023 policy paper, Gaelic, an Economic Plan for a Living Language, argued that economic issues, including housing, jobs and other critical infrastructure, must be addressed in order to arrest the decline of Gaelic. When the report of the Short Life Working Group on Economic and Social Opportunities for Gaelic, a group commissioned by the Deputy First Minister herself in March 2022, made very similar arguments, not perhaps going as far as we did, but certainly very similar in tone. But the government does not appear to have listened to those arguments. And I would maybe ask the Deputy First Minister to reflect on some of that in her closing remarks. I fear that the SNP government have turned their face against the very real prospect that in 20 years' time there could be no Gaelic language left to save, that was put in the too hard to deal with pile. I welcome the amendments the Government has worked with members across the Chamber to bring forward to this legislation and the modest incremental changes that they bring to the bill. I was struck that this week that the focus of the Government's press activity around this bill has been Gaelic medium education. And we are strong supporters of Gaelic medium education themselves. And there have been minor tweaks supported by all parties to ensure that that is provided. But it is inevitably peripheral to whether Gaelic survives as a living language. And that is part of the evidence that comes out, perhaps part of what the Deputy First Minister referred to as the challenge emerging from the census figures. That whereas there's a larger number of people speaking a basic level of Gaelic, those continuing to use that beyond childhood is decreasing rather than increasing. So we have to be concerned for the actual ability to use it as a living language rather than something that is peripheral to people's lives as an add-on to Scots culture, as to be integral to the way that people live their lives. So Scottish Labour will support the bill tonight, but we do so whilst sounding the alarm that, in the Deputy First Minister's words, merely building on what has come before will be insufficient to meet the sure trust of our ancestors, with a new certainty that if we do not change course, and Gaelic is lost in this generation, part of Scotland will be gone forever.
Thank you, Mr Mara. I now call on Ross Greer to open on behalf of the Scottish Greens. Up to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think we all went into this bill process agreeing not just about the crisis for Gaelic as a living language, but the importance of it to Scotland's culture. There wasn't that same consensus on the status, the importance or even the definition of Scots at the start of the process. And we have grown support for legislative provisions for Scots through this, but as we have just seen with some of the last amendment votes, there is clearly more work to do to build support, to build consensus across this Parliament in support of the Scots language. I am glad, though, that my amendments to include provisions for more education resources and extending the Scots language strategy to more public bodies were at least passed by majority. But I don't want to lose importance of what I think is the most important element of the bill for the Scots language, and it's simply its recognition in law for the first time. Symbolic recognition is important after centuries of denigration. Scots is a living language and thriving in all sorts of ways that Gaelic isn't, despite sustained efforts to force it out. And on Gaelic, we've waited 20 years for a new bill. I think it's fair to say that when this bill was first published, it was underwhelming. And it wouldn't really have that transformational impact that we're all looking for. The amendments that have been brought forward and agreed between stages 2 and 3 have made significant improvements to it. And I would commend the excellent Bill team who worked with members of all parties on amendments. They are brilliant advocates for both languages within the Scottish Government, and the Cabinet Secretary should be very proud of their work. We all understand the context for Gaelic. It's been mentioned already. The number of learners is growing largely as a result of the Duolingo effect and the establishment of more GME schools in our cities. But in traditional communities, where it's a living language, it's in steep decline. And Mishnik, the Gaelic activist organisation, said, "We desperately need qualitative targets both overall and in GME output. We're seeing an improvement in overall numbers of people self-identifying as having some Gaelic ability, thanks to Duolingo, GME and other learning initiatives. However, we are still seeing a precipitous decline in people who can and do use the language in their daily lives." Presiding Officer, I think we've started to address that with the reporting requirements, for example, and some of the specifics that will come later through guidance and strategy. But the contrast between the growth of those with Gaelic language skills in our cities and the decline in traditional communities is a stark one. There's huge demand for GME schools in Glasgow and in Edinburgh. There's some extracurricular activities that are being established around that in Gaelic. Some progress, but it is clearly not yet a community language. You can't use Gaelic when you go shopping in Glasgow or in Edinburgh. But if we compare that to the evidence that one of our witnesses gave us, who'd just been in Stornoway a couple of days before coming to Parliament for the Stage 1 process in this bill, she said that one of the best examples she could think of Gaelic as a living language was seeing a group of teenage boys misbehaving in Gaelic in Stornoway. That was the example she used for what a living language really looks like. And new tangible provisions in this bill to advance that are essential. But again, I don't think we should dismiss the value that, of the signal that Parliament sends by passing this bill in and of itself. Symbolism matters. The legitimacy of Gaelic and Scots in this country is still being challenged, and the Government and Parliament are making a clear statement that in law we believe these languages, our languages, have value. And the bill goes some way to addressing those challenges, but on its own, it's clearly not enough. No one would suggest it is enough. It is a hugely important moment this afternoon, though. As I said, for the first time in 20 years for Gaelic, and the first time ever for Scots to be recognised in law by this Parliament. We have a stronger bill in front of us as a result of the work of Parliament and tireless advocates like Wilson MacLeod, Gillian Munro and Matthew Fitt from Scots House. I think we can all be proud of the bill that we're going to vote for this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Greer. And I now call on Willie Rennie to open on behalf of the Scottish Liberal Democrats. Up to 4 minutes, please.
It's on occasions like this where I feel inadequate that I don't speak the language of Gaelic. But Liberal Democrat members in the past have been fluent. Well, John Farquhar Munro was a keen advocate of the language, and on one occasion when he was delivering his contribution to the debate, there was silence through the translation. And George Lyon, also my former colleague, made a point of order asking whether something was technically incorrect. But it wasn't. The translator just couldn't understand a word that John Farquhar was saying. Such is perhaps the diversity of the language. But I'm really grateful to the Deputy First Minister for piloting this bill through, because I think it has given, speaking to the points that Michael Mara's made, I think it has given a new focus and energy to the whole revitalisation of the Gaelic language, because we were pretty underwhelmed by the bill when we started. It's pretty minimalist. It has improved, Ross Greer's right, but the reality is that if we're just relying on this bill to revitalise the language, we're going to fail. And I was grateful that the Deputy First Minister recognised that. And if I could say, I think if she had started off this process, this would not be her bill. She would be doing something much more substantial, together with a wider plan that she has instigated in other areas. Because we know that we are in a crisis, that there is a real determination from many, but that determination may not be enough. We saw from the witnesses that gave evidence to the committee that there was pretty strong views and strong tensions, and in some occasions it was just as well the witnesses were sitting with somebody in between them on occasions, because they felt so strongly about the language and its importance. But like Ross Greer, I was incredibly grateful for the support of the Bill team. They are outstanding, and they're not just outstanding, but they care deeply about the language, and I think that gives me some confidence that we'll be able to move forward and make some progress on this. Because the issue here is that the language used to be suppressed by the state. Now it is supported by the state. It is elevated up by the state. But just at that very time, when the state is behind the language, people are neglecting it in their communities. They're moving away from it in their communities. And that's the thing that should alarm us. Although we are getting the language expanded and spread across Scotland in schools, when it comes to the pub or in the cafes or at home, people aren't taking the language home. They aren't using it on a daily basis in the way that we would like it to be used. It shouldn't be peripheral to their lives. It should be central to their lives. So we need that critical mass to make that happen. And that's where the extra support in communities will be required, to give it the critical mass and credibility to make it enhanced in our communities, so that it doesn't retreat further. And there is a bizarre knock-on effect from spreading Gaelic medium education into their cities, because there is now a shortage in many schools in traditional areas of Gaelic medium education teachers. And it's bizarre, it's extraordinary in some ways, that the very communities that we're trying to help are the ones that are damaged by the expansion across the country, it could be said. So we need to make sure that we do give the right support in our traditional communities. I'm pleased that the Salma Rostig amendment was through, and I hope to see it given enhanced and elevated status so that it does become that national centre. I'm pleased that we are actually moving towards a simplified process for designating Gaelic medium education schools. I'm particularly interested in the Gaeltag, the areas of linguistic significance and what the potential is with that. On the surface, it actually is pretty vacuous. It might not mean an awful lot unless local authorities and communities get really behind it. And that's where my hope is, that there is a central gathering point for energy to make changes, to make sure that the retreat is reversed and enhanced. But finally, I am also pleased about the enhancement for Scots for the first time. I think it's an important community, it's an important part of our society, and we should be supporting it. So on that point, I'll conclude, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Rennie. We now move to the open debate. We have one member seeking to speak, Alistair Allen. Up around 4 minutes, please.
Of Gareeli, Hami Elie, Tolisje and Peace, Reachgus, Shoechen, Eva Bialov, and Jew, Court Beckes, Fichet Blione, on the High Gowalisha, Hietach Gaelic, Ach Hook Innevid, Gdana Gaelic, on the Doyen Gema Kutramoch. Han Bille Shaw and Yastachug, and Bille Oos Shaw and Yastachug, Agus a Gaharchug and Reachgus, Hakin Meraha, Gus Jen of Kinchuk, Givilshin, a June, Agus a Brostnachug, the Gaelic, Agus Alapush, on St. Doya Biar, Agus as Efoch Kiche, agus a surin goin schon na ginneluchen de hien. Presiding Officer, the meeste of what I had to say today is in Gaelic, as you would expect for the member for the Western Isles, but when you kens I grew up in another part of Scotland altogether, where Scots is to the fore yet. Scots is at the heart of money, lawland communities, and for all the sneers, or some folk it kens no better, it is at the heart of Scotland's literature forby. So I'm glad to see at the Arc afore us minds both of Scotland's native leads. I hope we can be by with all the antrim nories about Scots. It was threepit for sundry airts and parts of this chamber the last time we spoke here on the subject, and recognise the day at all leads his dialect. Gaelic and Scots both at bilingual road signs isn't the end of civilisation, and at Scots and Gaelic isn't like the nose and chin of Wally Wassell's wife, by which I ettle to say they didn't threaten either or anybody else. Cú, Hame son uierpen luch uie vallig, en daar goed je son na hoprug kroeie rinjig le jiffer goonje agus vuyenan hadish id an unje galv agus son een bille shaw heen lessig en dan ga je ulsig. Hij een toer was oprug jenev son een bille jenev na belaatide. Ha me gemaakt hengel den les voor die minister son een wie gopet kale de omse agus kale de kaag son een bjachken akkenje a horste stjachen willen voor de Russian commissig jeno. Ha is gewil bjachken jeffrek jang hoef een taaie dorst gus de galike jen maar 4 gaan een kaars nog agus waar iemand ook in je job die in München 4 gaan aan zich kaars nog. Agus hasjen ik aan karan koekeloch maar wat doen je bedien me een kutjoch. Gyda fa figuren de loch jensig ook na Gaelic gedi gesoljer en zijn data van groente slooi me jeddig gemee osten nog Gaelic haast de creon ook in de geldtoch agus gehared jam dulich ra ans de hele nier. She mogul kan be mogen oproeren maar na skieren kan en zorgje een kuren keel aan zijn rechtjes zou een goede malje een creonog zijn gussen kan en gleeg ans na kaiers nog genakken. Het was steel water de gopid lessige wies na saske is na doenje. Kon ik schon servers of ik really aan een film te mee in de Gaelic had ik in jechet lione galf. Ha eertes moor is een toy film show. Agus a ganjen krappen starre a haun en kosh trainer agus vastig lucht tjegusk. Hieschen gewil arven en scholar in a hedge trofulum Gaelic a schuur eri. A mist een immerst het hugne duge betullum mollig a horst geharrig is uierpen corden en Nederland schier gus aardskol Gaelic stierug. Of really, hamen dages gembi een bille show en jarstig uierpen jen sjorste show het hugne halpe agus gembi a farlemet in je heen a ganjig agus aan a 2 uur. En je gewel alpen de schaar je als een jeelip immer gaan nog hakken je maar doe.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. We will now move to closing speeches. I call on Ross Greer to close on behalf of the Scottish Greens. Up to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I have to say it was a privilege to follow Dr. Allen, someone who's done so much to contribute towards both Gaelic and Scots. As has been said already, this bill alone won't save Gaelic or won't restore Scots to the status that it deserves. There are so many other factors at play, and I want to start off by touching on an issue that a few other members have mentioned, and that's the housing crisis that is driving the crisis in Gaelic as a living language. And that is a crisis largely driven by the increase of holiday homes and short-term lets. One councillor in Skye reckons that 60% of properties there are empty over the winter because they are second homes or short-term lets. House prices on Skye are £60,000 higher than the national average. And this is driving young people out of their communities, driving young Gaelic speakers, exactly the kind of people that we need to stay in these communities to continue Gaelic as a living language. They're being driven out because it's simply impossible for them to find somewhere to live in their own community as an adult. The licensing of short-term lets has definitely helped, but it doesn't go nearly far enough. Far more targeted housing policy is needed, specifically to support the recovery, the survival of Gaelic as a living language. I would suggest targeted increases in the additional dwelling supplement for areas of linguistic significance as one of the most obvious ways in which we can lever tax policies to support Gaelic speakers to actually stay, to live in, to raise families in the communities that they've grown up in. And the third stage of the housing bill coming after summer recess is an opportunity for all parties to bring forward proposals on this issue, given that I think speakers from all parties across the stages of this bill have raised housing as one of the key issues for us to consider. Sticking with Skye, though, I'm really proud of the provisions in the bill for Salma Rostig and my work with Gillian Munro, Willie Rennie, the Cabinet Secretary and the Bill team. I think we have set a very clear process and direction of travel. Salma Rostig is a world-class institution, and a change in its status and enhanced abilities is, I think, crucial to the delivery of the wider agenda that we all share for Gaelic recovery, not least to address the shortage of GME teachers. Teaching resource provisions that we've just agreed will also make GME teaching a more attractive prospect, reduces, I hope eliminates, that significant additional workload burden that does put Gaelic speakers off from becoming Gaelic medium teachers. I've got to say, surprised by Labour's opposition to those provisions being extended to Scots as well. I'd be happy to discuss that with them, but I am glad that those passed, because I think that we do need to end the shame that has been felt by millions of Scots for speaking our own language in our own country. Most, if not all of us, have been reprimanded at some point in our life and told to speak properly when we're simply using one of this country's native languages. Now, success is going to look different in different places. In our cities, it's going to be about moving beyond GME school provision into more community spaces, whereas in the likes of Skye or in Lewis, it's about protecting Gaelic as a community, a living language. And it's that latter point that is most critical here. I do want to recognise the different perceptions and appetites in different communities. I think we should recognise the hostility to these efforts. There's not always inherent hostility to Gaelic. In some cases, in our cities, I think we do need to recognise the class dynamics around GME education. I welcome the location of the new GME school in the Calton in Glasgow. I think we should recognise that parents whose kids are not being met in English medium schools can understandably be frustrated seeing additional resources for GME schools whose children are overwhelmingly drawn from more privileged socio-economic backgrounds. But the solution is to resource all schools and to meet all kids' needs, not to play different needs off against each other. And it does grate a bit when some argue that the range of social ills that we face mean that we shouldn't be prioritising the recovery of our native languages. After centuries of decline and deliberate marginalisation and oppression, when should that start? So I hope that all parties remember the comments that they've made today when it comes to budget time and the allocation of these resources. But in closing, Presiding Officer, this is a good day for Gaelic, for Scots and for Scotland. It is just one part of the puzzle, but Parliament is sending a message today that these are our languages. If Scotland's Parliament won't support and protect them, no one else will. And I'm maybe being optimistic here, but I hope today is seen as a turning point, and in particular that it's the start of Gaelic's recovery as a living, celebrated language.
Thank you, Mr Greer. I now call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to close on behalf of Scottish Labour. Up to 4 minutes, please. Thank
you, Presiding Officer, and can I start by apologising to Presiding Officer, to the Deputy First Minister and others in the Chamber for my late arrival to the speech and debate this afternoon. I'm pleased to close today's debate on behalf of Scottish Labour and to confirm our support for the Scottish Languages Scotland Bill at Stage 3. And I'd like to start by thanking the legislation team, who I rather suspect have scored me off the Christmas card list this week after the significant amendments lodged. But they work tirelessly and I appreciate all the work that they do. I'd also like to thank the Deputy First Minister and her team for engaging with us on these benches on the bill. And finally, to thank my own team and members across these benches for their support to getting us where we are today. Presiding Officer, it was a Labour-led government that introduced the Gaelic Language Act in 2005. We, like others, are committed to its survival and revival and to supporting the cultural, educational and community life that surrounds it, which others today, including the Deputy First Minister, Dr Allen and others, have spoken passionately of. And it is supporting and enhancing that community life that's driven our approach to the bill. Because, Presiding Officer, without a living community, with a working economy, the Gaelic community and our ancient culture will cease to exist. As my colleague Michael Mara set out, we regret that the scope of this bill didn't extend to such matters including housing, jobs, connectivity directly. Academics and, of course, the report of the Short Life Working Group on Economic and Social Opportunities for Gaelic, led by Kate Forbes, agrees these matters are crucial. And I hope that today's bill will be a catalyst to ensure those get the attention they need. Presiding Officer, nonetheless, we worked hard to have a meaningful role in strengthening this bill because we know that without significant action, Gaelic will cease to be a living language. Our amendments helped communities have a key voice in action on Gaelic, and they will now be involved in decisions about their community and their language. I'm disappointed the Government didn't support the provision of a dedicated development officer, so I think this could have ensured a local resource working with communities. But I hope that in supporting the board to discharge its duties that the Deputy First Minister mentioned, they can ensure that areas and communities that are designated in this Act do get the help that they need to grow and flourish their community and their language. Presiding Officer, there will now be targets in law, thanks to my colleague Michael Mara, with the Government and other support, essential to ensure that we meet the level of action needed for the language to survive. And for the first time, of course, the SQA will be under a duty to ensure that a meaningful number of qualifications are available through the medium of Gaelic and that resources are provided to support this. Other members, Ross Greer, Miles Briggs and Willie Rennie, have also spoken passionately and acted to give meaning to the bill for education, including in parental rights, in provision for schools, support and support for Solmarostig. Whilst we still believe the bill could have and should have gone further, many of these changes mean that the bill now begins to meet the challenge that so many campaigners and academics have pointed to, that Gaelic cannot be revived solely in the classroom. It must live in communities, and with the right structures and support, it can. I want to thank colleagues across the Chamber who worked together to improve the bill. Those changes reflect what we heard in committee and from others, that for the Gaelic language to thrive, it must be visible, viable and valued, not only but including in schools, but in homes, workplaces and in public life. Presiding Officer, this bill wasn't perfect, and the work does not end here. But with the amendments that this Parliament has now made, we believe it is a much stronger foundation. The challenge is now implementation for the Government to provide the long-term resource and leadership that are needed, and I'm sure that together we will rise to that challenge so that Gaelic communities have waited too long for action, and it's time we match those words with delivery, and I hope that today's bill will make that happen. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Duncan-Clancy. I now call Ross McCall to close on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I have a privilege in being able to close this afternoon's debate on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives at the Scottish Language Bill. And just as I said at the Stage 1 debate, as Scottish Conservatives whose ethos is based in tradition, we believe that our customs and heritage play an important part on who we are. We're proud of our shared culture and agree that we need to uphold and encourage our traditional languages. And if I could play on language for just a second, what can be more basic to a Scottish Conservative than to conserve Scots? Language in all its forms is the key to communication, and so little communication is actually effective. The innate understanding of the spoken and written word is not only the way to break down barriers, but it's essential in fostering bonds and ensuring traditions are there for future generations to come. Now, the Deputy First Minister will be pleased to hear that I'm not going to repeat the history lesson of the Scots origins in this debate. The Scottish Conservatives are in support of making Gaelic more accessible, and I have to say that I think it's important that we highlight that that is not party-centric. I think there's an awful lot of support across the Chamber for making sure that it is more accessible. And that's what this bill sets out to achieve. But I think we find ourselves again being worried about the ability of the bill to be actually able to achieve the aims it sets out to do. We cannot legislate and forget. It's no surprise to this Chamber that I'm interested in education, care and well-being of the children of Scotland. And many times in education debates, we are reminded that it's the need of our councils to have the autonomy to progress government legislation, and guidance thus implying that if this bill passed today, which I'm sure it will be entirely down to the process of local authorities to enact. It's therefore very worrying to read the briefing that COSLA sent out for today's debate. As Willie Rennie also stated earlier, where are the Gaelic teachers? It's all well and good moving forward on legislation, but it's the outcomes that matter. And as a former councillor, I know firsthand the issues in taking forward educational changes. The 1140 hours expansion of childcare was a classic example. And COSLA is quite right to highlight concerns that there when they state our submission to the earlier consultation referenced a report which noted that too few Gaelic medium education teachers were being trained. The pipeline of Gaelic teachers is often out with a local authority control, and without concerted effort and action from the Scottish Government and partners to increase the number of Gaelic teachers, any expansion would not be deliverable, and this is something that must be addressed. We know from other projects, as I already stated, 1140 hours childcare provision, that funding falters at the first hurdle. COSLA also highlighted this issue when it raised their concerns in relation to the estimated costs for local government, noting that there wasn't sufficient information provided in order to assess the accuracy of estimated costs, but these seemed low and that some implications for local authorities appeared to be missing. They go on to highlight that the supplementary financial memorandum focuses only on the costs associated with Stage 2 amendments, but there is still concern that remains of the costs of implementing the bill haven't been sufficiently captured, and the Government must do more to ensure that the funding is there. And the final point from COSLA is that at Stage 2 there were fully agreed amendments by the Committee for Gaelic Education. The Scottish Government introduced amendments to create a process for local authorities to consider requests to establish all Gaelic schools. Local government is concerned about the time, resources and expenses of carrying out these new duties. There are a number of all Gaelic schools in the absence of this legislation. So the local government's view is that Section 22A takes away the ability of the Education Authority to determine the best location for Gaelic language provision, and requires them to spend officer time and effort which may be determined that provision is unviable. So, Presiding Officer, the Scottish Conservatives recognise this bill has good intentions and it is a springboard to speed up process. But there are concerns whether this will stabilise or deliver a sustainable future for Gaelic and Scots language, and it's far from clear. Only time will tell if it goes the way of other initiatives, free school meals, bikes, laptops, other possibilities for every child. Will we see that actual development of our traditional speech? Well, I'll wait with bated breath. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms McCall. I call on the Deputy First Minister to wind up.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Is get a year it ri kur asien hi mochiaulach knoch nen lean. Is get a ha ar canon leonch les 3 sin cheer shaw be bio. Although they tried to destroy us, my children will see the landscape of generations. Although the language has been wounded in its struggle, in this land she will live on. Presiding Officer, as I close this debate, I want to stress at the outset that my primary concern throughout this process is to introduce this bill on a cross-party basis. There have been keen advocates for the language in every party represented here today. The Conservatives can be proud that they were the party that first introduced the very concept of Gaelic medium education. Labour, with I think some support from the Lib Dems, can be proud that they introduced the 2005 Act for Gaelic. There has been work that my own party has led on, and I've been so grateful for the support from the Scottish Greens. I said in answer to a previous intervention that there are voters across Scotland who use Gaelic as their everyday language, who live, breathe and work in the language. And I know from speaking to them that it matters intensely to them that they have representatives that reflect their values and concerns in the party space, but who also realise how precious their language is. And so I am so grateful to members who have risen to that challenge of ensuring that this truly has been a national endeavour with representation, participation and contributions from every party. And I'm particularly grateful to Miles Briggs, who assumed responsibility for the bill after it had been introduced. This bill is a milestone It's a marker of the progress that we are making. I too add my enormous thanks to the Bill team and to the government team who are sitting up the back, that are hopefully looking forward to an early night tonight after working extremely hard for about 18 months. When it comes to debates about our languages, Presiding Officer, it's very difficult not to look back and to look forward. I'm struck that when it comes to language study and historical analysis, that when a frontier has receded of a Gaelic-speaking community, or indeed a Scots-speaking community, there's no evidence yet that it has recovered. My own forebears hail from the Applecross Peninsula, and you will hear some Gaelic today, but you certainly don't hear its vibrancy as I did when I was a child. And when speakers pass on, when they pass away and take with them that rich cultural heritage of a language, we lose something as a nation unless it is passed on to the next generation. And then I also look to the future. And I think Ross Greer said, these are our languages. They are Scotland's languages. They are nobody else's languages. And if we can't protect them and nurture them, then nobody else will. So it is up to us. The consultation responses and the evidence received throughout the course of this bill has been enormously helpful. I smiled when I think Michael Marr was at Willie Rennie talked about the fact that occasionally witnesses, you were glad that witnesses were separated. But that speaks to, I think, the strength of feeling about the language, and also the value of diversity and debate, and sometimes dispute about the best way forward, because it is in caring about these languages that we debate them. And it's in the debate that we have that democratic representation. And as I said to Pam Duncan-Glancy when she introduced her first amendments, I applaud the debate that we have around the language, and I'm thankful for members' participation in it. Now, Willie Rennie and Michael Marr both talked about the fact that legislation has limits, and I would be the first to recognise that you can't legislate into existence language. If language is truly a living, breathing medium of communication, it has to be about more than what governments pass, what parliaments pass in the form of legislation. Now, I have been somewhat preoccupied by this bill, but having met on Friday with the members of the Short Life Working Group on social and economic opportunities for Gaelic, I stressed to them that our focus will be on implementing the recommendations that they made through their brilliant report. The areas that they raised are the very areas that Parliament has been inviting me to go further on. Questions about population retention and infrastructure, questions about housing, questions about transport, digital connectivity, education, jobs, key sectors. All the things that bring our communities to life, irrespective of where they are represented. And these too are critically important for strengthening Gaelic, because ultimately language is about the people. We talk about Gaelic and Scots as if they are tangible assets independent of people. But ultimately, it is about the speakers and how they prosper and how they are successful and how their well-being is taken into account. And I would very much like to continue the cross-party consensus that we have achieved through this bill and work with members to implement the recommendations that the cross-party group identified as being critically important. I wanted to touch briefly on the points that Ros McCall made about local government, because she's absolutely right. And this came through the discussions, particularly around areas of linguistic significance. Should government centrally direct and mandate, or should it be an iterative process with our local authorities? And I think our local authorities are key, both in taking responsibility and also reflecting local diverse needs. I've spoken to the 3 primary local authorities for Gaelic, Argyll and Bute, Highland Council, the Western Isles, there's a variety of different political representation within those local authorities. I want to work with them at pace to understand not just what is going to be expected of them, but also how we support them to take that forward. And, Presiding Officer, I have forgotten how much time you gave me, so if I could just take a few more seconds to say that one of the biggest changes in the bill today is around education. And whilst we are focusing on community, we know that for young people in particular, learning the language or being able to study in their native tongue through school is critically important. And the bill strengthens Gaelic medium education considerably. And of course, the provision of Gaelic medium education by an education authority can fulfil the foundational duty in our education law to provide adequate and efficient education. And authorities may consider that providing only Gaelic medium education is appropriate in certain areas. Indeed, it's almost happening right now. But that will be the case in an area of linguistic significance where there is a high proportion of Gaelic speakers, and an authority would require to satisfy itself that in doing so they would comply with their wider legal duties as well. And so, Presiding Officer, as I do come to a conclusion, I started with that quote which was written by Rory and Callum MacDonald of Runrig. And the point it ends with is that she will live on in this land. That is a choice that we have made by passing the bill tonight, and that is a choice that I hope all future generations make, because the value, the heritage, the culture, the wealth in our language is not something we should squander. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on Scottish Languages Bill at Stage 3. It's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 18002 on committee meeting time, and I ask Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. The question on this motion will be put at decision time, and I'm minded to accept a motion without notice under Rule 11.2.4 of Standing Orders that decision time be brought forward to now, and I invite the Minister to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And the question is that decision time be brought forward to now. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed, and there are two questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is that motion 17966 in the name of Kate Forbes on Scottish Languages Bill at Stage 3 be agreed. And as this is a motion to pass the bill, the question must be decided by division, and there will be a brief suspension to allow members to access digital voting. Thank you. The question is that motion 17966 in the name of Kate Forbes on Scottish Languages Bill at Stage 3 be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Claire Baker for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My app hasn't connected and I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Baker. We'll ensure that's recorded. I call Shirley Ann Somerville for a point of order.
I don't think I was connected, Presiding Officer, but would just like to check that I would have voted yes.
I can confirm, Ms Somerville, that your vote has been recorded. I call Tess White for a point of order. I call Tess White for a point of order. I call Tess White for a point of order. I think given the difficulties we're having with connection, Ms White, we will just proceed for now. Thank you. The result of the vote on motion 17966 in the name of Kate Forbes is yes 112. There were no votes against, there were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed and the Scottish Languages Bill is passed. Thank you. The next question is that motion 18002 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on committee meeting time be agreed. Are we all agreed? The motion is therefore agreed. And that concludes decision time, and we'll now move on to members' business in the name of Bill Kidd.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.